All right, guys, what is going on? And welcome to our Q&A here for State of Decay 3. So the other day, I released a pretty hefty gameplay video that you guys can see in the background here. But we released a pretty hefty gameplay video that kind of showcased just like the base building stuff. I wanted, because so many people wanted to, all we ever showed was like combat and things like that. So people wanted to see what base building kind of looked like, what crafting kind of looked like, what survivors kind of looked like. And that's mainly what I focused on. Like, because my first video, I showcased a bunch of combat stuff. We did, plague nests and the whole kit and caboodle. But this, I know that, there's the all of us true State of Decay players, we like the nerdy stuff, the base stuff like that. That's what it all comes down to. So I made sure I spent a lot of time in that episode making sure that you guys got an idea of roughly what the game had to offer currently in its early alpha state. Obviously, there's still a lot more to come to the game, but that's kind of what was there. But today I'm going to be answering a bunch of your guys' questions, not only from the chat here. I'm gonna let you guys ask questions right here in the live chat. And I'm also going to be answering your guys' comments that you put on the video. So we're going to be going ahead and trying to go over everything and talking about some stuff. Now, the one thing I want to get out of the way, because I know it's just people are just going to keep talking about it the whole entire time, is the rumors right now surrounding Undead Labs and State of Decay 3. Now, I have no idea what's going on. Right now, as a tester, we're still testing the game. We're still playing the game. We're still talking about, Patrick just dropped a thing about update Alpha 2 coming out here soon. So everything is business as usual on our end. So I have no clue what's going on. Right now there's rumors going on. And all I'm going to say is I see a lot of people that I don't think read the report. Okay. So we're just going to get this out the way, because I don't want to keep talking about this all day. That didn't read what it said. So people are automatically just jumping to the worst possible case scenario, which is State of Decay 3 getting canceled and the game not happening. I did see that was obviously one of many outcomes that could happen from that rumored report, but there was also multiple different ways this could end up. So everybody's just automatically jumping to this worst case scenario and not looking at all of the other potential outcomes that I seen in that. So if there is any credibility to the rumor, which again, I have no fucking clue what's going on. If there is any credibility to the rumor, it said either A, Microsoft is going to sell Undead Labs and State of Decay 3 to another company and they'll just continue business as usual. That whoever buys it will just keep it going. And then they also, I think it said something about them having their own road to indie, like going back to being an independent developer. If neither of those two things could be met, that then the game would potentially be canceled. So there is other things that are, from what I read, that are possible, but everybody's just like, oh, this game is canceled. This game is canceled. And it's like, just read, bro. Like, read. Take a couple of seconds and read. So that's all I know. I don't want to keep hashing it because we don't know what the fuck's going on. Like I said, though, from my side, everything's still just business as usual, man. I'm not saying it's nothing to not worry about, but I'm also saying, like, we don't just jump straight to worst case scenario when there's tons of other situations ways that a situation like that could go. So that's all I'm going to say on that. Because again, I don't want to keep talking about it. If people ask, tell them to go back to the beginning of the video and you guys can hear my spiel about this. But obviously, we don't want the game to be canceled because that would fucking really suck. But again, welcome. I do appreciate you all. I do appreciate all the support you guys have been showing the State of Decay content over the past few weeks. And a lot of you guys had some really good questions. A lot of you guys had some really good fucking ideas too, man. Really good ideas that you guys. So I say thank you to all of you guys who dropped like super great constructive comments. Man, you guys are fucking winners, bro. Like, seriously, great comments, great ideas. I was going through the comments. I was pulling some of your guys' ideas. I was putting them in my little notebook. That way I could sit there and pitch them to the devs too, because some of you guys really had some cool ideas for the game. And some of you guys were even saying stuff that we can't talk about, you know, that's still under NDA, hasn't been discussed. Some of you guys were throwing stuff out there. I'm like, hey, man, you know, some of those things might already be in the game. We just haven't seen it yet. But again, I wanted to say thank you for all your guys' great comments, all the love and support you guys have been shown. Again, make sure if there is any credibility to these rumors, guys, if there is any credibility, again, the last thing I'm going to say about this, let's get out there and wish list the fuck out of this game, okay? That's all I got to say. Let's wish list the fuck out of it, because that's the last thing I would want to see is, you know, one of my favorite games of all time go away, especially at this point. So, yeah, let's not waste any time. So there was already a great question right off the bat. And before you guys start asking questions, I'll tell you guys when. It's going to be hard for me to keep up with. But Active, before the stream even started with the super chat, said, I've only played State of Decay 1. Do I need to play State of Decay 2 before playing State of Decay 3? The answer to that is very simple, no. State of Decay 3 is a game you could easily jump into and it be the very first time you ever played a State of Decay game. It is the way it's designed, the way it's kind of the same but different than 2. It's not like a continuation by any means. You know, yeah, you might not be like on top of things like a normal State of Decay player that could be like, oh yeah, that was in 2, this person was in 2, or that, you know, sign was in 2, or this, you know, reference was in 2, like, you know, like the references and lore stuff you might not pick up on, but you could easily jump into this game and play it for the first time. And it'd be a good experience. So all those PlayStation people who are going to be jumping in and playing for this first time, yeah, it is very, very playable. You'll have no issues whatsoever. It's, you know, a zombie survival game. Another question, such a good question, and it was asked by Guilty. Hold on, Guilty. Let me get, because now it's off screen. I can't even see it, bro. Oh, but Guilty said, you know, since this game has been, or his question was, since this game has been being worked on since 2018, why is the UI so horrible? That's a goated question, bro. Goated question. Guilty. It was a goated question, bro. No, I'm just busting your balls, dude. Guys, Guilty was joking. He was being sarcastic. I just had to throw him under the bus in front of everybody. But yeah, that's one question that I did see or one statement that a lot of people kept bringing up in the video or in the comments, and they were saying how the UI looks horrible. And I love you guys to death, but man, I think that public school is starting to fail. Like, people don't know how to fucking read or something anymore. I don't know. It's wild. I don't know. It's weird. But then I said it three times. I said it 3 times in the video too, right? I said it 3 times in the video that the UI was placeholder, and then the whole video, guys, the whole video. Look at this, right here, right at the bottom. I left it up the whole video. It says temporary UI. And somehow people, like, within minutes, people still came in the comments and were like, yo, the UI is ugly as fuck. I was like, all right, bet. Will they ever do a style of PvP? I don't think we'll ever see PvP in State of Decay. I don't, unless it was its own separate game mode, I don't think so. So I'm thinking, hear me out, guys, hear me out. I'm thinking for the next video, I'm going to make it just half the screen, bro. Literally, I swear, chat, I'm gonna start the video and you know what? I'm gonna do the whole fucking screen, and it's just gonna say temporary UI. UI is play. I'm gonna make it fucking the whole goddamn screen, and I'm gonna leave it up for like 20 fucking seconds. And then if we see somebody say something in the comments, man, listen, bro, I don't even know. I don't even know. So, King, good question. I'll actually answer your question before we get into the comments here. King asked, will loot respawn? So, if you've ever played a State of Decay game, you all know that loot does not respawn. Now, in the previous games, there was always events and things like that, missions that would kind of spawn loot into the map. But no, this game is the same as State of Decay has ever been. When you go into a location, if you looked at the map, anytime I cleared a location, you've seen how it changed the icon to like a searched icon. It put like a little circle with an X going through it. So no, the loot does not respawn. Now, the devs were also talking about working on stuff in the future. That could, you know, do things with loot and the map and things I can't talk about. But as of right now, no, loot doesn't. It plays just like a normal State of Decay game. Yeah, it plays just like a normal State of Decay game. So there's that. As for like endgame stuff, forever communities, legacy pool stuff, that is stuff that is not in the alpha right now, guys. So I can't even speak on that type of stuff. That stuff that just doesn't. It's not here for people. That's not anything we're talking about. That's not anything that we're even testing. They're kind of focused on other systems, making sure everything else, the game plays well before worrying about the you know, restarting the game. You know, it's like, why would you worry about the end of the story? Like, you know, make sure that the story itself is good. But yeah, so let me get these comments up. Will hostile NPCs be roaming around the map? As of right now, all of the NPCs that roam around the map, because as you guys know, there are just roaming NPCs in State of Decay 3 that you will run into. We could talk about this a little bit because I've seen some of them, especially my first gameplay that I did. You will just be going around the map, and you've seen them in Jay's video too. You'll just be going around the map and chat. There's just like, yeah, there's just survivors, dude. Like just fucking walking around, fighting zombies. As you guys know, Doug, a random NPC, I was about to die from a juggernaut, and he actually just ran up and saved me. Yeah, he just got me up. Like I was literally about to die, and he came up and got me up. So there are just random NPCs just in the towns around the map, and you can walk up to them and talk to them. And a lot of the times they'll have missions. They'll be like, yo, can you come help me clear this infestation? Or can you come help me go save my friend? Or can you come help me do this? And like, there's a bunch of different shit that you can go do with the survivors. And these are just random survivors, not even enclaves. They're just regular ass survivors all over the fucking map. And yeah, you go out and you do missions with them. You can recruit them. You can do all types of shit. It's really, really cool. I do have more footage that I've been, you know, recording and stuff. So I got no green lights right now to release any more footage. I'm just letting you know, but I have been recording a bunch of good stuff. So if the devs do give me permission to showcase more stuff to you guys, I got a lot of cool shit to show you guys. But yeah, right now, there's survivors around the map, but none of them are hostile. I have not run into any of them that are trying to kill me, thank God, because that would be a shit show in itself. But as of right now, all the hostiles that I've run into have been pretty friendly. Generally, they just want you to help them. You do missions, and some of the missions are actually pretty cool. And you could recruit the random survivors, yeah, to your community and shit like that. Yeah, it's pretty dope. So there's that, and then the enclave system itself it's super fucking dope. What year do you think they'll be able to release? I mean, they have the game slated for next year. Yeah, they have the game slated for next year, 27. I was from my assumptions, because I don't know. My assumptions was the game would probably release probably within the first 6 months of 27, especially because they're aiming for a beta at the end of this year. So with them aiming for beta at the end of the year, I didn't see why, if the beta, let's just say the beta ended in November, December or something like that, or went in, I don't see why it would take that much longer for them to release the game. Obviously, we got Fable dropping in February. So obviously the two games wouldn't want to release at the same time. They would kind of step on each other's toes. So, because I probably would have thought that it would have come out in January, February if the beta was in November, December. I thought it would have came out in like January, February. But then Fable got delayed because of GTA 6, which I think that kind of just pushed all the games forward. So who knows at this point, but yeah, the Enclave request missions. That's something I did not showcase in mine. I wish I did, guys, only because the only reason why I didn't cover it in this play here was because between the two builds, the mission system was being heavily worked on, and I underestimated how much progress the team made on missions from the first test to the second test. I mean, night and day. Like the missions were like super placeholder, like type in the first version, and then in the second one they like fleshed out the missions like crazy. So I was still under the impression that the missions were something I was kind of staying away from until the team put a little bit more work into it, because I didn't want to show you guys like half-baked shit. But then I was like, I felt like it was a missed opportunity, because I was like, damn, man, y'all really put a lot of work into the missions, and they were actually really fun. So yeah, that's why I do apologize. I didn't have any mission stuff, but yes, Enclaves now, I kind of mentioned it in the end of this video a little bit, but I didn't showcase it. Is yeah, like instead of State of Decay 2's formula where Enclaves were really annoying. And Guitar, thank you for the 1,000 jewels, bro. I really appreciate that. Also, Raymond, thank you for the 100 jewels. If you guys are doing the jewels, I do appreciate y'all. Those are super hard to see. I don't know why YouTube doesn't give me more time to see those. But yeah, when you Enclaves now, instead of being annoying, like always like, hey, can you come bring me some food? Or hey, can you do this? And then when you don't do it, they just get pissed off and then go hostile. It's like this really, really weird system. In 3, it's like you can go to an enclave and go to their leader, because their enclaves are literally just like the bases we have. Like it's another community. It's not like 3 dudes in a shed. It's literally another group. They have facilities. They have a big base. You go there and you could trade with them. They have tons of influence. And when you talk to the leader, you could be like, yo, is there anything you want me to do? And they actually will give you missions. Yeah, like they'll give you missions. I'm like, hey, yeah, can you go meet up with my brother and do this? Like there's like actual missions and shit. It's really, really cool. Yeah, I do wish I showcased a little bit more of that in my video. I think Jay had some of it in his. But yeah, I personally didn't even know they were that far along. So can you use their base? So Professor, that is a good question. I actually got to ask, because there's been, like I said, things change in testing. And I remember at one point when we were talking with the devs, and they had a cool idea. They were like, you know, as you like rank up with the enclave, like gaining their trust, like you can use stuff in their base, like you can use a supply locker, or you can use their facilities. I like I said, I haven't spent too much time with the enclave system, so I cannot tell you guys right now what you can and cannot do. I actually don't know. It's something that I'm actually off screen right now, spending a lot of time learning right now, because if I do get the opportunity, I do want to be able to give you guys, you know, the best, I guess the best, you know, explanation of how enclaves work. But I do know at one point that was how it was supposed to work. But again, this is testing. Things change so fucking much. It's crazy. It's like one tester like, yeah, we're going to do this. And then they're like, actually, that didn't work. Let's do this. And so we're kind of like always bouncing back and forth. And then, yeah, once you get them max level, or you can recruit the whole enclave, but it's not like State of Decay 2. You know, as much as people are like, oh yeah, this is just State of Decay 2. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like I get it. You you know, early alpha gameplay graphics, you know, missing textures, soft textures. It makes the game look a little soft. Again, you also are watching this through YouTube compression. Like, I wish you guys had the game in front of you, because you would definitely be able to see a difference. Like, YouTube compression slaughters games. Like, I don't give a shit, especially Unreal Engine and games with heavy foliage. It makes it look very muddy and very blurry. YouTube compression, it's horrible. And when you see it in person, though, it's very, very crisp. Very, very crisp. So the one thing I will say is I get where people can see the similarities between State of Decay 3 and State of Decay 2. I'm not going to deny that. It is one, and I said this before we even released gameplay. State of Decay 3 is very much a State of Decay game. Now, a lot of these people that are saying, like, at the end of the day, right, the devs have to do what makes State of Decay great. Now, they could go ahead and they could try to copy games like DayZ. They could try to copy The Last of Us or Days Gone and make this super hardcore. Because I was the same way, guys. And before, don't ask any more questions right now, because I'm going to go into a little bit of a description here. So hold off on your questions, because I'll miss them. But earlier on when we were playing State of Decay 2, before I even really started testing 3, I wanted State of Decay 3 to have a storyline, like a really strong narrative, because I thought that would elevate the game. I thought that was going to make the game better. And then I had that idea for years, and we were talking about it for years. And then we went back and we played State of Decay 1, because State of Decay 1 had a story. And I was like, yo, the story does feel really good. I'm not going to lie. Like, it feels good with the, you know, the characters and all this other shit. But then I started to think about it. And I'm like, well, if the story's so great, if Days Gone is so great, if The Last of Us is so great, don't get me wrong, those games are fucking phenomenal. Some of my favorite zombie games of all time. Why is it that I have almost 10,000 hours in State of Decay 2? I have only 400 hours in State of Decay 1. I cannot stomach to play the game anymore. I only have maybe 150 hours in Days Gone and less than 100 hours in The Last of Us. So if these games are so great with these strong narratives, why don't I have as much playtime in the games that I do in State of Decay 2? And I try to explain this to people. Is like, the way State of Decay 2 is designed, it doesn't have a traditional story, but the problem with traditional stories is they kill replayability. I don't give a shit what anybody says. You are not going to put the same amount of time in State of Decay 1 than you did State of Decay 2. You're not putting as much time in Days Gone as you can State of Decay 2. You're not going to be able to do it. I mean, and if you do, I mean, you might need a mental health assessment at the end of it, because your brain is going to be so fried. You can't put the same amount of time, because every time you play the game, it's going to have the same story over and over and over again. And eventually that's why they came out with the Daybreak game, or not Daybreak, Breakdown game mode in State of Decay 1, because State of Decay 1 players were getting so burned out by that repetitive story every single time. They were like, bro, I can't do this. So then the team came out with the Breakdown game mode, which kind of broke away from that story and introduced that dynamic, ever-flowing, changing gameplay. So State of Decay 2 kind of doubled down on that, and they kind of made it more of a systems game where there is no story in State of Decay 2, really. I mean, they did add story, so don't get me wrong. And there's quest lines, but the game, you made your own story. You know, like my playthrough had its own story. You know, I went out on a loot run. I ran out of gas. You know, I got jumped by a feral. I ran through this building. These bloaters came at me. This freaking thing happened. I got stuck on a roof for 30 minutes. And then, you know, that's your story. That's what makes State of Decay great. And a lot of these people that keep bringing up these other things, it's like, I get what you're trying to say, but you're, at the end of the day, you're trying to take what makes State of Decay special and unique, and you're just trying to turn it into every other zombie game in the biz. Like, we don't need another Days Gone. We don't need another Last of Us. We don't need another 7 Days to Die. If you want to play those games, go play those games. We don't need to turn State of Decay into the next 7 Days to Die. We don't need to turn it into the next Days Gone. I love State of Decay for State of Decay. I love it for that dynamic, you don't know what the fuck's gonna happen type deal. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where my mindset started to shift, and I'm like, yeah, maybe a super strong narrative would not be the best thing for this game. It would kill replayability. And so that's where I kind of went with it. Now, I'm not saying State of Decay 3 doesn't have any story elements. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying for it to have a strong linear narrative, even if it was a semi-branching narrative, I honestly feel like if they introduced that in a State of Decay 3, it would kill replayability more than anything. That's just my personal opinion. But again, we can agree to disagree. There's no right or wrong. There's, games are something like you might love one thing, I might love another thing, and that's fine. We can both coexist. We can high five. I love your idea. I'm just telling you guys why I don't think it would work. All right. So that's the whole thing about story and State of Decay. Can I talk about character customization? So yes, they have character customization in the game. It just wasn't in the build that I showcased to you guys. I know you guys seen the little closet icon. So there will be customization that comes into the game. They already said that you're not going to be able to customize your character. Like Philip has already said, you're not going to be able to mold your survivors. But it's just like 2, where you'll be able to change their clothing. You'll be able to change, their backpacks now, because backpacks are now like a visual thing. So you'll be able to change all of the stuff that you have. The one thing I have, I don't know if I showcased it in this, but there's even different, like the guns even have different customization things. You can find them with different, oh, look at that. I just whipped to the other side of the screen. 2 Brian's on screen now. Let me cover up. I don't want 2 Brian's on the screen, so I was trying to. So we're gonna slay old Brian for today. Mr. DeMark, thank you for the 47 months, brother. I appreciate you, bro. And Garrett, thank you for the 5. And fucking guilty with the goated question of the night. Thank you for answering my super serious question, right? I got you, dude. Thank you for the 50, dude. That's absolutely absurd, brother. Absolutely absurd. Thank you so damn much. And Garrett says, are they willing to rework the female player models with regards into meshes, animations, and satire? Not. I don't really know what you mean by that. Are you saying like for males and females to move completely different? I don't know how that type of shit works. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of work that goes into animations. I don't even pay attention. I love the locomotion in this game. I think the characters feel good. But obviously, some of you guys might not like the way the characters move. I think once you get a controller in your hand and you feel it, I think it feels pretty solid. So Chris with the super chat asks, are there new freaks? Right now, the lineup on release is the same lineup from before, but every freak has been super, super overhauled. Yeah, so they all feel quite different than their usual counterparts from the previous games. So expect to spend a lot of time adjusting to the freaks in this game. And obviously, I'm not saying we're not going to get new freaks. That's been brought up by a lot of us in the council to the dev team. The dev team knows that people want to see more stuff, more freaks. But on release, it's the lineup that you guys have seen so far. And hey, Rossi, how you been, bro? Thank you for the 38 months, dude. Is the plural of 2 Brians a Brian with a Y? Oh, God. DJ asks, characters transfer from 2? No. Ento with the 2. Will enclaves only spawn in bases? So Ento, good question. Good question right there. And yeah, I'm not only answering just super chat questions, guys. I will answer all questions. So ask the question. If I miss it, ask it again every couple minutes. That way I'll try to catch it the best I can. Mods, if you do see some good ass questions, like good questions, copy paste them bitches, and then if we dry up and repost them so I could check them again. But so enclaves, yes, they like full blown enclaves spawn in full blown bases. But the difference is in this game, there's now roaming NPCs. So it's not like the only survivors you're going to deal with are just the big base enclaves. You will run into survivors all over the place that also have missions and shit like that. It'll be like in sometimes I just did a mission yesterday where I ran into I was out looting, and I came around a corner and there was like 2 survivors over there, and I was like, "Oh fuck, who are these guys? That looks cool." So I walked up to them and I talked to them and I was like, "Hey, what's going on?" You know, blah blah blah. And they were like, "Yo, there's this fucking play cart down the road, man. Like, can you come help us like clear it out?" And I was just like, "Sure." So then all 3 of us just started running down there, and these are just NPCs. We ran over there, hopped over a fence, and ran over, and I helped them clear a play cart. And these were just like random NPCs in the map. They weren't enclaves or nothing like that. There was just like two random people like over in this building. It was really cool. So somebody said right here, good question. Is I missed the option to send runners to pick up loot. So they did kind of introduce a feature. Jay showed it in his video and it was really, really cool. They did introduce a feature where, and I know some of you guys, the one thing I hated was trying to recover vehicles in State of Decay 2. If you guys played State of Decay 2, I know you guys share the frustration, right? Of you're driving your car and it's a good car, and then you find a better vehicle and you're like, shit. So then you had to go and you had to try to find a burner vehicle, and you had to drive over and dump the vehicle and get in the new vehicle and drive it back. In State of Decay 3, now it's kind of like State of Decay 1, where you would be able to send survivors out to grab rucks. They do it in 3, where if you find a vehicle, you actually spend gas, right? You radio back to base, you spend a little gas, which simulates like your survivors got to spend gas to come out and pick the car up and bring it back to base. And that's exactly what they do. It's simulated. It doesn't, the survivor doesn't actually do it, but yeah, they go out, and then the car will be back at your base. So now it's a radio command. You just stand next to the car. You say, you know, somebody come and get this. And then you spend the gas, a survivor simulates, comes out, they get it, and they bring it back to base. It's really cool. So you don't have to do musical vehicles anymore. So if you're out and about, and you see a vehicle you want, you don't have to like despair. You can bring it back to base. So at launch, Gooba, there's one map at launch. Wouldn't you prefer backpacks to have an impact on gameplay? No. So I actually talked about this before. I think all you do is when you add slotted backpacks and backpack progression in video games, all it does is add tedium, and all it does is add a meta backpack. That's all it does. So in State of Decay 2, everybody just always pushed to get the hunting pack. Like that's it. Then everybody just ran around with these giant, absurd hunting packs, and every other backpack was irrelevant. Like no matter, so that's the only thing that I didn't care for it. So all it does is create tedium. So it's either you got to go and you just got to make multiple trips. I don't think smaller backpacks adds anything to the experience other than going back and forth more times. Like, it doesn't make it fun. I don't even think it makes it challenging, because it's not hard. It's just tedious. You know what I mean? So for me, I don't think different size backpacks really matter, especially in this game. It's like with how big the map is and how much back and forth you're already doing with vehicle upgrades and how big you can make trunks and shit like that. Like, I just think it's irrelevant. I don't see why why it would matter. But yeah, I don't think it matters. I'm super happy with the backpack changes because now I can just wear whatever backpack I think looks awesome. And it's, looting is not a super tedious experience by any means. Holy fuck, Gearless, brother, with the huge $100 super chat. Says, great to see you, brother. I like the idea of the game having a loose narrative and allowing you to make your own with your own experience and choices. Fixed narratives are nice, but what State of Decay 2 has done and what Crimson Desert is doing is making a game beyond it. Exactly, Gearless. That's exactly what I was trying to say, man. It's like, I love me a story game. Don't get me wrong, but I can't put 10,000 hours into a story game, guys. I'm just being honest. And I feel like a lot of you guys probably understand that same sentiment. And Flakes, thank you for the 5. Dude, any chance they're enabling solo survivor runs? As of right now, nothing like that exists. There's a lot of solo. You guys got to remember, Jay's like a super solo survivor guy. It's been brought up, and it's been brought up to the team. We've talked to them about it. I've talked to them about it. Not saying it's not going to happen by any means. They're tracking that it's something that a small bit of the player base does enjoy. I personally don't really care too much for the play style, because for me, it's like if I wanted to play a solo survivor game, then you're just kind of falling into like the zomboids and it kind of falls into the realm of every other zombie game. And for me, what makes State of Decay special is the community aspect. So it's like if you take the community aspect out of it, you're just turning it into every other sandbox zombie survival game. And I just don't care for it too much. But at the same time, I understand there are people out there that do like that. And the devs know that there's all types of people that want to see all types of things in the game. So, yo, Mr. DeMark, thank you so much, brother, for the 10. It's really good to see you too, brother. I hope you're doing well. Is Cleo back or Red Talon? So I can't talk about Cleo or Red Talon. Specifically, there are, you guys know, I know you guys seen the Red Talon vehicle skin though. There is some Red Talon stuff in the world you will see for sure. But as for like the actual factions themselves, I can't talk about anything like that. So some people are talking about the rucksacks not being visible on your back. Trust me, guys, it is a heated debate. It is a heated debate between developers, people on the player council. There's some people that want rucks to come back on the back. There's some of us that are like, I don't really give a shit. Like me, I don't mind. If I'm so used to it now, it doesn't even bother me. And I feel like it's the same thing. It's just like change, anything that's different, people kind of always have a little bit of aversion to. But like at first it was noticeable, but now I don't even notice it anymore. Like that we don't have a ruck. But it's a heated debate, so we gotta kind of see where that one lands. I know it's going back and forth. There's a lot of you guys who are like Team Ruck. There's some people like, I don't really care. I'm team. I don't really give a shit really anymore. It doesn't really bother me, but I understand that some people would want to see it. And 2 Live, thank you for the 5 gifted tonight. I appreciate you, brother. Just the Rooster asked about Zeds getting taken out by cars. How does it work, or how much different is it from State of Decay 2? Is the rear bumper still goated? So didn't I showcase it in this playthrough here? Yeah, it was in this playthrough. When I was leaving the junkyard, I backed into some zombies. Obviously the animations are still being worked on, so the zombies got kind of weird. But when I backed into the zombies, if you notice, it's hard to tell because you don't have a controller in your hand, but there's almost like how would I explain it? It's kind of like Project Zombie. There's like a feedback, like when the car hits the zombies. In 2, it was like air. The cars were very floaty and light and zippy, where even when you hit zombies, there was no feedback. The cars didn't register contact really with the zombies. In 3, if you back into like a big group of zombies, like the car legitimately like stops and gets sluggish, and like it's like a doom, 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 like the car like kind of struggles. And if you get too many of them, yeah, you just kind of get stuck and they just rip your fucking car apart. If that answers your question. So you can still hit them with the car, but your car will get fucked up. And yeah, you're not cheesing with the back of the car. Patrick has made it his mission, guys. Patrick has made it his mission to alleviate all State of Decay 2 cheese in 3. Meso asks, how many new guns, give or take, any new gun types, any new weapon customization, any new ammo types? So a lot of the stuff you've seen in 2, when it comes to guns, I showcase a ton of guns in this, like 9mm, 45, 44, 22s, 5.56. The only thing I didn't showcase in my video, I don't think I had a 7.62. I don't know if Jay had one in his, but there's a fair bit of guns in the game. It's not as oversaturated as State of Decay 2, but at the same time, State of Decay 2's guns weren't different from each other. Like that's the one thing I always complained about. Bullet caliber didn't matter in 2, and the difference between an M9, a Glock, and a SIG, they were all the same exact thing. Like the 9mm was 9mm. It was just different skins at the end of the day. So this game does not have nowhere near that amount of bloat that those other games had. But there is a good selection of guns right now. And as you guys seen, there's a lot of different attachments and things that you can get on guns, suppressors, compensators, extended mags, scopes, and things like that. All of the customization for weapons and stuff is still being, that whole system is still being worked on. So I can't really get into detail too much about it. But you guys have seen, like, in my playthrough, I don't know if I had any custom guns. I know Jay had one in his video. But you will get guns. Oh yeah, I had my AR in the first video that was all done up. I had a suppressor and a scope and shit on it. I also had a suppressed 9mm with a scope on it with an extended mag. So there's like a bunch of different things, but the weapon customization system is very much still being worked on. So yeah, I got you. I'll pin it. So shoot another. On release, there is a single map. Man, you guys are asking a lot of good ass questions. I haven't even got to the comments of the video. You guys are fucking killing it with questions. So Swooter, I think I've seen a couple other people ask about difficulties in State of Decay 3. So I will address that. Great question. Great question. So in State of Decay 3, there is still difficulties just like State of Decay 2. They got the green zone, standard zone, dread zone, nightmare zone, and lethal zone. All of them are very, very different from each other. You know, lethal zone is super, super tough. Green zone is pretty easy. Standard zone is your normal difficulty. Dread zone gets a little bit tougher. Nightmare zone is the perfect in between. That's how I would scale the difficulty. Lethal is fucking absurd. I still have not been able to fully clear the game without cheese on lethal. It's bad. It's really, really hard. It's super hard. So yes, there are still difficulties. And they even said that they would have difficulty sliders at some point. I think Philip was talking about the difficulty sliders in the interview where they were like, you know, we still want people to be able to customize their own apocalypse. That is still very much a thing. Yep, still very much a thing. So Sam, no, that's not how the multiplayer works. It's a community thing. It's not like a separate thing, like a Daisy where it's like, oh, I have my stuff. It's not like server based gameplay like that. It's still like you guys are all playing together, but you can have your own base, but you guys are still connected. Yeah, it's not like I have my stuff, you have your stuff, you have your stuff. We're all separate. You can all have separate bases, but it's all together. So VK, and another thing I want to address with because I've seen a lot of people talking about the damn zombie deer. That was the devs squashed that like a year ago. They already explained that initial trailer, when that trailer came out, State of Decay 3 didn't exist. Like there was no game. In 2020, when that first trailer released, there was no game. And there wasn't a game for years after that either. As you guys know, because some people have their, I try to bring this up a lot because people have their timeline. I keep seeing, I don't know where the fuck 8 years keeps coming from. When I see people keep saying that this game has been in development for 8 years, I really am like, bro, where you must not be a State of Decay player because 8 years ago, State of Decay 2 came out. So how the fuck were they working on this 8 years ago? But a lot of people jump to the 6-year thing because that's when that trailer released. It's already been publicly stated by the devs that State of Decay 3 was not a game when that trailer released. It was a fake trailer. It was a concept idea. So eventually that whole trailer got scrapped. Whatever idea they had for that concept for State of Decay, that whole thing got scrapped. And they moved on to something more resembling a State of Decay game. But a lot of people keep bringing up the 6-year thing, like, oh, this game has been worked on for 6 years. It hasn't. And then I even seen some other dude put out a video today, some other YouTuber. I don't like YouTuber beef, so I'm not going to say her dog on the dude. I mean, he can have his own opinion, but he doesn't have his facts straight either. where he said, you know, Microsoft bought Undead Labs in 2018, and that ever since they bought them, they haven't put out a single game. But that's not true. They bought them, they acquired them in the beginning of the lifespan of State of Decay 2. So all of the initial time UL spent with Microsoft and the money they made was from State of Decay 2 and the 38 updates that were added to State of Decay 2. So people keep looking back to 2020 and they're like, well, the team didn't do shit from 2020 to now. And it's like, bro, you gotta look at the 38 updates that and they're not like they were teeny updates. Like some of them were huge, significant. 2 new maps, whole new games. The Juggernaut edition. They added curveballs. They added the heart attack update. They completely redid the infestation. You know, if you go look at State, like they completely redid the whole entire fucking game. So it was 38 pretty big updates, but that's what the team was doing from 2018 to like 2022, end of 2022, 2023. And that's when I think they went full force into 3. I don't know exactly when. I'd have to go, but a lot of that time they were working on 2. Yeah, that's how I look at it. People that say that, I'm like, bro, you didn't play State of Decay 2, bro. Like, all of a sudden, man, like, it's so wild. Ever since we started doing these videos and the comment section and stuff like that, I start seeing all these people in there talking like they're like these super State of Decay super fans and that they've been playing the game ever since it came out. But then they're saying such like naive like thing where some people like us who have actually played the game, you could easily look at it. And I'm like, bro, I'm not saying you didn't play the game, but your comment that you just made, I don't see how you could have played the game and made that comment. It just doesn't make sense, bro. Like any true State of Decay player would never have even asked that question because it's obvious. But who knows? I don't know. I don't want to call out people. Like we all have our own. I guess we all have our own gauge on what, a good amount of playtime. And some these guys, maybe they put 30 hours into the game and they think that's a lot of time. And then, I feel like the average State of Decay player, and I want to know right now, chat, just type the number. All right. Type the number right now. I want to know how many hours do you have in State of Decay 2? So I got about, I think I'm in like the 9,000. I'm creeping up on like 10K hours, but I want to see how many hours do you have in State of Decay 2? Yeah, so I could already say a lot of you guys are fucking heroes, dude. Jesus Christ, yeah. Some of y'all got some time in the game. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, a lot of you guys got some fucking time in the game. Holy shit. A lot of multi-thousand hours. I'd say you're a respectable State of Decay player with anything over like 300-400 hours. I'd say you got some time in the game. As soon as you crest up on like 300 hours, that's dedication. Let's be real. If you put 150 hours into any game, that's a lot of hours, really. Past that, I got a whole 1 hour, dude. Are there going to be off-map looting locations, i.e. in State of Decay 2, there's some camping sites, sheds that are not marked blue? Yes, all over the fucking place, actually. Yeah, there's unmarked, I call them unmarked sites. And yes, I have run into plenty of unmarked sites, cars, things like that. You know how you would drive, you'd go down the road, you'd see a car in the road. They have a lot of those in here. So Rex brought up a good point about them getting rid of the backpack weight. So right now, backpack weight isn't a thing, but again, we're just in alpha. I don't know if that's going to become a thing. Right now, there is no inventory restrictions, but there's also no weight. But that could just be a testing thing. We don't know. That could be, I haven't asked because for me, I'm enjoying life without it because I'm able to just grab what I want to go. So I haven't even brought it up personally, but again, we can't make any assumptions because the next update, they could fucking add backpack weight. And now we're sitting here juggling what we're holding again. But stamina is already so punishing in State of Decay 3. You really got to be conscious of your stamina. That adding a weight mechanic to it would be brutal. It would be fucking brutal. So two things. Don't let me forget. So Nighthawk asked about vehicle storage, but Mia Dukes asks, how does 3 bases work? Are resources shared between each base, or are they like independent of each other, but you can trade? So Mia, they are all connected. So your resource pool that you see at the top of the screen over there, that all just gets bundled together. Your supply locker, all your resources. So your bases, think of it like, somebody brought up a good example. Like the one base they named Ammo Town, the other one they named Gasville, and you know what I mean. So you can have multiple bases, but yes, you could specialize at each base. But they are all connected. They're all like they all share the same resources. You can actually move survivors. Like if you're like, oh, I actually need to move this agriculture survivor up to this other base to go work on the farm up here. You can actually go into the UI, the temporary UI, and you can move the survivor up to that base to work. And you can move the survivors all around. It's a really cool system, but yeah, they're all interconnected. And then Nighthawk asked about vehicle storage. I mentioned it in this video, Nighthawk. I don't know if you heard it, but yes, this vehicle that you guys see right now on screen is the smallest vehicle in the game, and it is that is the basic version of that vehicle. It is the basic version of the vehicle. There are tons of vehicles with upgrades on them that add storage. Like every vehicle can have a storage upgrade, and trust me when I say it is significant. Like a van, like I don't know the exact numbers, so don't quote me on this, but literally like a van with a cargo storage upgrade holds like 40 something slots, guys. So imagine this loot run. You got a cargo van with a cargo upgrade, 40 something fucking slots. Your survivor with 12 slots, and then say you enlist a follower to go with you, okay, with another 12 slots. So between you and your survivor, that's 24 slots plus the van. You can literally go on loot runs with like over 60 slots of inventory, guys. I'm telling you, there is more than enough inventory in this game, more than enough inventory. But yes, right now, the vehicle that you guys seen, that was just the very basic small car. And to put it into perspective, I brought this up on the Discord. Multiplayer looting is broken. And when I mean it's broken, if you have 4 people in multiplayer, okay, 4 players, every single one of them has 12 inventory slots, okay? Hear me out. Hold on. We're not done, chat. We're not done, chat. All 4 of them have 12 slots in their inventory. All 4 of them recruit a follower, okay? All 4 of them recruit a follower. Now you got 8 survivors, okay, with 12 slots. Then all 4 players get a cargo van upgraded with 40 something slots. And then they go looting all together. You see you see how absurd it's wild. You could clear a whole town in one run, yeah, for sure. So Nathan asks a really good question. Will weather affect the world base characters? Right now, I can't talk about, because that's not been, it's still being, there's stuff being worked on that I can't go into detail about. But as of right now, weather does affect vehicles and how they drive. But there could be other things that weather affects in the future. But again, that's not something I can discuss. Will there be a search animation? So people keep bringing that up about search animation. Right now, there is no animation. There are a lot of missing animations, opening doors, searching. I'm pretty sure there'll be a search animation, but people keep saying, I don't know if it's just because you guys can't make it out on screen because it's kind of tiny, but people see, are you guys under the impression that opening a container is like instant? Is that how it comes across on the screen when you guys see it? Because it kind of seems like people are under the impression that I walk up, you just hit the button and it opens up. Is that how it comes across in the video? It looks pretty instant. Okay, so I'll clear the air on that. It's not instant, guys. It's probably be about, it's like a, now granted it's faster in this game. They reduced the time. It's nowhere's like State of Decay 2 where you would have to fucking sit there and search for like 3.5 seconds. I think the time I think it was 2.7 or 3. It was a long ass time, and then you could like have shopping or whatever. In this, it's about a second. Though it's about a second, maybe 1.5 seconds that it does go around. It's a very small icon though, but it's not instant. Yeah, you don't just walk up, hit the button, and it opens. You still have to hold. The only thing is there's no fast searching because they just got rid of the slow search period, and now it's all just search speed. But there is still search crashes. You guys seen like the locked containers, the alarmed containers, things like that. There are still search crashes in the game, and every search crash, those containers, because some people will go, why are they so dangerous? They have a chance to spawn a feral and a horde of runners. They always spawn a horde of runners, but they have a chance to spawn a feral. So that's why when you see me open that, you heard that roar. It's because, yeah, it spawns in a feral. That's why I was saying you got to be careful when you're opening those damn things. How does swapping survivors between bases work? Do you have to manually move, or do they swap once you decide to move them? Yeah, I didn't get to showcase that, but it's pretty instant right now. Again, the devs are still working on how they want that to work, so I'm not going to get too into detail. But right now, like say I'm at this base here and I have another base across the map. If I just switch to another survivor, it just teleports you to that base, to that survivor. You know what I mean? And then if I want to go be another survivor at another, you just teleport, you just become that person where they are, if that makes any sense. That's kind of how it works now. But if you want to move a survivor to a base, yeah, it's not like you have to grab each individual survivor and drive them over there and drop them off. Like, no, it kind of just simulates it. Yes, you could place. So Matt, this from what I was told from the devs, State of Decay 3 can be played offline single player. I don't know if that matters to some people. But yes. You can play State of Decay 3 offline single player. Yo, Crazy, thank you so much for the 1,000 jewels, bro. I really do appreciate that, man. How do repairing vehicles work? Same way as the other games. You can use repair kits, duct tape, parts. There's a couple different items in the game you can use to repair cars now. But it's just like State of Decay 2. You go up to the front of the vehicle with either duct tape, which repairs it a little bit, parts, which repairs it a little bit, or a full-blown actual toolkit that you crafted that repairs it a good bit. So because in this DVD, my base was in plague territory. That circle shows the dormant plague heart, plague nest. It wasn't awake during this play. Here, it was asleep. So when you're in that, it's kind of like plague territory. As you kill zombies while in that area, you stir the plague nest, and eventually it wakes up, and that's how the whole attacks and shit like that start. But when you start the game, sometimes you'll start the game with them, depending on difficulty, they'll already be awake. But I wanted to showcase the base building, so I turned that system off and made all the nests asleep so I could focus on just showing you guys base building, and I didn't want no distractions, because that would have took, I only had a small window in which I could showcase shit. So I had to make sure within that small window, I gave you guys as much information as possible, and I didn't want to hash combat and plague nests when I had already done it in the previous video. I wanted to just squeeze as much new stuff in that video as I possibly could. Bright asked, do I know if the future map content will be new segmented maps or expansions to the current map? I don't know. The devs could go either way with it. We'll have to kind of see. They could keep adding to this map, or they could do multiple maps. I did speak to the devs about, because the map is big. Like, don't get me wrong, guys. For you guys to really explore, because there's like 10 plus bases on this map, like 10 plus. There's a fuck ton of plague nests, and there's a lot. There's a lot on the map right now. So for you to do all that in one playthrough is impossible. So you're gonna have to do like multiple playthroughs just to really experience all the corners of the map, because the map's so big. But I did bring it up in my, because I told you guys, when I give feedback, I'm very, very straightforward with the devs. I don't sugarcoat anything. And one of the issues I seen with one map was map fatigue. I was like, I feel like even though the map is massive and it's going to take players a while to, you know, get accustomed and really explore the whole entire map. And the other side of the map they're working on right now, their goal is to make it look very different than this side of the map. But the one thing that they were talking about was, or I was talking about was, I am worried that one map is going to create map fatigue, and it's going to kind of create like the Trumbull Valley effect, where everybody's just going to be like, okay, I'm getting bored of this map. I'm getting bored of this area. I want to just, you know, I want to see something else. And that's kind of what State of Decay 2 had that was special. Is like, if you got tired of a map, you would just go to another one. You know what I mean? It kind of just changed up the scenery. Even though it was the same thing, that change of scenery did kind of help out and keep things fresh, new locations, things like that. So I brought that up. I know other people have brought that up. The devs are very locked in. Trust me. They're very locked into feedback. So, and with the new, more alpha tests and the tests and things like that, if you guys bring up the same thing, like if you guys want to see more maps, if you guys want to see, you know, or more them to expand on parts of this map, you just drop feedback, guys. Feedback. It's the best thing you guys can do. Zachary, thank you for the 2, man. Will survivors you recruit have better traits? What do you mean by better traits? And, every survivor I've recruited is pretty level 1, like they're low level survivors, and you got to level them all up. I've never got like a super high level survivor. Other alpha players might be able to add on to that, but everybody I've recruited is low level, and you got to level them up. Joel Lewis asks, how are outposts different in State of Decay 3? And can you board up windows? So no, there's no boarding up windows, but outposts in State of Decay 3 are very, very different than outposts in State of Decay 2. So in this video, I showed you guys harvest sites. So what the team did was they separated the resource gathering from the swapping survivors and like safe zone loot drop off. Outposts still exist in the game. They're all around the map. But they are specific locations in 3. They're not like you just go turn a random building into an outpost. Outposts are like significant locations. A lot of them actually have really, really good loot, and they actually have like set dress and a story to them. Like the one that's close to here that I don't know if I drove by it in this, but it's like a gas station that was converted by the military. So there's a bunch of like HESCO going around it, and it's like very military themed. There's a lot of military loot that you can find inside of it. And that's one of the outposts you can claim in the game. And there's outposts all over the map that you can claim. But yeah, they're places you go, you swap your survivors, you rearm away from base. But harvest sites are now, they took the side of resource gathering. So you have your harvest sites, and then you have outposts, 2 completely separate systems. And Spark, thank you for the 10, man. Can you have more than one AI companion from your community for roaming? As of right now, no. It's just one survivor that you can recruit to follow you around. Will there be console mod support? I have no clue, Chris. Yeah, you know, it's still so early in the there's still so much to do with the base game. As for mods and stuff like that, I could not tell you. I think the team probably understands the importance of mods because mods were very, very important to the lifespan of State of Decay 1 and 2. If I honestly think it wasn't for mods, even me, State of Decay 2 would not have been as popular as it was. So I think the devs understand the importance of mods. But what we'll have to kind of see where that goes. As right now, I know they're just very focused on just getting the game done right now. You know what I mean? Your flashlight does not affect stealth. No, it's just like the previous games. Yeah, it's just like the previous games. Uh, Likern, thank you so much for the 10, dude. Big debate about this in a Discord, but are the devs working on, or do they ever plan on incorporating functional body armor like Kevlar into the game? In 2, it was entirely cosmetic. Yeah, so it is a debate. I mean, I've even seen people in the player council bringing it up. As of what the devs plan to do with it, I don't know. I honestly, I have no idea. And if it was something that they plan on having them, I don't know. They haven't shared that with me. Like I said, I test what's here. I do ask questions, and you know, I get a look at the future a little bit of some of the stuff that they're planning. But mainly the thing is if it hasn't really been shown, I'm not going to sit here and speculate either. So we'll just kind of leave it at, I don't know. I could see why people would want like body armor and things like that, you know, to make your survivor a little more resistant and shit. But as of right now, from what you've seen in the gameplay, there's no system like that. In Jay's video, infestations came close to the base. Do they attack your base eventually? Yeah, you get blockaded. You get what's called a blockade, Torgal. And when your base gets blockaded, it stops all resource production, right? And the outside of your base turns into a fucking hellscape because you get that plague smoke all around your base, the whole sky. You have zombies, freaks, everything all on the outside. And you got these walls here. You know, the walls might hold, they might not. But yeah, when you get blockaded, it's a really, really cool thing. But yeah, that's why you want to go and take care of those blockade sites as soon as they pop up. It's kind of like State of Decay 2, where you would get the siege sites, but in here, they're called blockade sites. And you want to clear those as fast as possible to get your resource production back up. Because yeah, they can blockade you, and it turns the outside of your base into hell on Earth. Voxa asked, do you always spawn in the same place on every playthrough, or are there plans for multiple starting positions? Voxa, I don't know because every test we've spawned in different locations. So it's hard to say what the team's planning on for that. I know the game, they are working on a tutorial for the game right now. And I know Patrick was talking with you guys about it during the video, that they're currently working on a tutorial for the game. So the tutorial at the moment is in a single location, but I don't know if they plan on applying that to every location. I just don't know. As of right now, it's not something that we know about. But the teams, as of right now, like I said, I've started in in my time playing the game, I've started the game in 4 different spots, but that's without proper tutorial. No, Dr. Midnight, there's nothing like that. You just got the supply locker, bro. No armory with weapon displays or nothing like that. It's just the supply locker. Jay with the 5, man. Are there bodies of water deep enough to swim or drown or lose a vehicle? I know there's bodies of water. I haven't tried to go in them, so I don't really know how deep they are. A lot of the bodies of water are kind of like out of the way, or they're kind of just scenic. I've never tried to go in them though. Like never once, actually. Try to go in them. But I don't think there's a swimming mechanic in State of Decay, because that would be really kind of weird. I don't think there's a swimming mechanic in this, so I don't see why they would make the water deep, because you can't swim. So that would, I don't know. I've never tried to go in the water, so. Johnny, thank you for the 1 month ban. Any chance these ever hit Switch 2? I doubt it, dude. This game, I doubt it. Crazy said, are you allowed to speak more on cars? Like, do they still require upgrade kits or is it new? So as of right now, I can't go too deep into the car customization system because it's still being worked on. And I will let you know that the devs have a full-blown customization system for vehicles. That's really fucking cool. Right now, as you guys seen, you find vehicles with different customization options on them. But I know the devs have said in the past that they plan on it being a kind of like a modular thing, like you customize your vehicle. I know you guys seen the concept art too, where they had pictures of vehicles where you could like pick and choose, but they had a really good, hold on. They have really cool ideas when it comes to like the vehicle customization and stuff like that. Same thing with guns. Like I said, guns and vehicles, both that system is a lot more in depth than State of Decay 2 by all means. Yeah, for sure. Could you tell me if there's an option in the settings to disable the freaks? You know what's crazy is I'm not even going to dog on you for that, Frio. I'm not even going to dog on you for that because the amount of people, and you know what? I'm actually curious to see how, let me see W's in the chat right now for if they were to add, I don't know, AKA, let's just call it a Romero mode where they took, you could go to the settings and you could turn off the freaks and just play this with traditional zombies. Let me see a W in the chat if you would do that. I personally love freaks. It adds a dimension to the game. I find that regular zombies get boring really, really quick for me. But I understand the traditional zombie. I could see there being a good bit of people that would like that. Seems like a pretty even split right now, though. But I mean, the option's always nice at the end of the day. I guess having the, I personally would, I love the freaks though. But yeah, I get the option being there. I can see it. I see it, guys. Okay, fair enough. How will the worsening of plague hearts affect the territory? There will be more zombies. Will they be stronger? So you're talking about the plague hearts leveling up? Yeah. So as you guys know in this, Jay showed it off pretty well in his video, but the plague nests, they spread and the infestations grow just like in State of Decay 2. They grow level 1, level 2, level 3. But the difference is in this, where plague hearts in State of Decay 2 were just a finite thing. Like every plague heart in State of Decay 2 was exactly the same. In State of Decay 3, the plague hearts actually have different levels to them. So a level 1 plague heart is smaller. It only has like 2 phases. A level 2 plague heart is semi bigger, has like 3 or 4 phases. Then a level 3 plague heart is huge, right? And they have like 5 or 6 phases. And they're bigger. They spawn way more dangerous things. Like if you go to a level 3 plague heart, you're going to run into fucking juggernauts. You're going to run into pharaohs, bloaters. So there's a very, very big difference between going after a level 1 plague heart versus a level 3. Yeah, they're very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. All right, hold on. Let me get caught up on this right here. Is clothing more in depth like shirts and pants? So the closet's not in the game yet, but I was messing around with the closet. Like all of my characters here that you see, I changed all their clothes. Like I picked the pants, I picked the shirts that they were wearing, I picked the backpacks, the hats. I chose all of that for all of the survivors that you've seen in this video. Yeah, I personally went and customized all of them. So yeah, it's just like State of Decay 2. You know what I mean? You can change, but I think in State of Decay 2, I don't think it was pants, shirt. Wasn't it just outfit? Like the outfit and a hat? How did it work in 2, guys? I don't remember. I'm fucking a dumbass right now. I'm drawing a blank. How did it work? Yo, Gearless brother with the 20, dude. I missed my super. Yo, I will get on that. My bad, dude. Sorry I missed that, brother. Outfit and hat. Okay, yeah. Outfit and hat. Yeah. So in 3, it's pants, torso, hat, backpack. As of right now, from what I've seen in the closet, it's really, really dope. Yeah, it's really dope. So there's more depth to it. Yeah, it's not just outfit, hat. It's pants, top, hat, and the backpack's fully customizable too. Yeah. Gearless. Again, though, thank you for the 20, man. But are there any more options in locomotion that you could not show that are in the beta and could showcase in another stream? What do you mean by that? So the things I didn't showcase in mine was like heavy weapons. I think Jay had some heavy weapon action in his though. I didn't showcase heavy weapons. And as for like, there are more animations and things like that. Like there's a ton of animations in the game, like takedown animations, execution animations. There's so many different ones. And there's still stuff that they're still currently working on when it comes to animations and locomotion. So again, it's hard to talk about because it's like we don't know what the end state is. We don't know what their end state is going to be. But as of right now, there's a lot of animations. There's a lot of things that they're constantly tweaking and shit like that. But there was nothing specifically that I was hiding that I couldn't show. I pretty much showed whatever was there. I didn't use heavy weapons though, personally. I wish I did. I didn't find any though. So Chris asks, how is influence gain on high difficulty? A 2 nightmare influence gathering was well a nightmare. So I would say getting influence in State of Decay 3 is a bit, I wouldn't say easier, but I would say it's a bit easier than State of Decay 2. It's not as grindy. And I only say that because traders and enclaves have more influence. You know what I mean? So you still got to go out. You still got to do the work. You still got to get the loot. But the enclaves and the traders just have a lot more influence. So instead of like going to this guy and he's got like 150 influence, you're like, fuck, well, now I got to go, you know, it's not like that anymore. Like you'll go and they got like 2,000 influence. You could just fucking trade for days, dude. So I would say it is easier to get influence, but you still got to do the work for the influence. And Lat, thank you so much for the 5. Why are we getting so much gameplay so far from release? Will this continue until launch or is it a temporary thing? So the team wanted to show the game. We were talking about it when the trailer came out. Because obviously you guys know I've been working on State of Decay 3 with the team for over a year now. And we were always talking about, you know, obviously us seeing it. The team always want to get back to the community. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of what drove State of Decay 2 to be such a great game. Was they realistically with the wish list and stuff like that, like State of Decay 2 was built with all of us. You know what I mean? And the team is trying to get back to that. You know what I mean? And that's why they wanted to do the alpha playtest. They wanted to do the gameplay showcase because they want feedback. They want your guys' opinion. They want you guys to be like, hey, we like that. We don't like that. You know, so that's why the team's trying to be transparent. They don't want everything to feel like it's all a big secret. And, you know, so they're trying to be transparent. They're throwing the game out there for you guys to see and say, hey, what do you like? What do you not like? Because right now they have the alpha players doing that. But again, the alpha players are a very minute 0.001% of the people that are going to play the game. So they were like, yeah, let's get this out in front of the world. The trailer they did at the Xbox showcase wasn't enough. I advocated for more gameplay. A lot of other people did. And they were like, yeah, you know what? Let's get this in front of people. Let's get some more feedback. Let's see what people think. And that's what we did. That's what we did. So now, yeah, now as for going forward, will there be more of this? I'm not sure. You know what I mean? I don't know if they want this to be a consistent thing, obviously, or if it's something that's going to kind of be like, if there's major things they want people to see, we'll do it. There's been a lot right now because obviously they want, there's a lot to talk about. But I don't know if we're going to see new gameplay, 2-3 times a week. Like, I don't think that's going to ever happen. But as for like the tempo going forward, I don't know right now. I don't know. Good question though. And or will there still be a bounty trader? The team's not talking about the bounty trader right now. Locust Lord, thank you for the 10, dude. Will character development be shown more than a text screen like State of Decay 1? Your followers on missions might mention a story or two about their past. Oh, you're talking like so in State of Decay 2, they had the scripted like voice lines that kind of gave your survivors a backstory. I as of right now, like I said, the team is very much still working on survivors and character development traits and things like that. The team is very much still working on that. I wanted to showcase a little bit just so you guys had an understanding of what like skills and things, but trust me, like, yeah, the team is still working on a lot of other systems that just aren't in the game presently. But when it comes to like character stories and things like that, survivor missions, personal goals, things like we're just going to have to wait and see like what exactly they have planned for that kind of stuff. Do bases have memory boards for fallen survivors? I have not seen one yet. No. So right now there is weather in the game, rain, storms, things like that. As for other weather, the devs, Philip was talking about it in the interview he did. They have plans for other weather. I've spoken with Patrick specifically and a few other devs about how they plan on weather, like having impact on gameplay, and the ideas they have, especially for like some of the weather, is so cool. Like they really do have some really good ideas on how weather can impact gameplay, even things like rain and shit like that. So I think understand like, yes, the team is definitely planning on rolling stuff like that out. As of right now, it's not something I can go into depth or detail about, but just know, yeah, like they are planning on making weather more than just like a cosmetic thing. So there are crossbows. I think there was somebody pointed out in the video I did when I was in the supply locker. You could see the crossbow icon. It's just not in the game right now. It's not in this build. But there will be crossbows. Yeah. I think I think it was in Jay's. Did Jay have arrows? I don't remember. But there was a spot on the thing that showed a crossbow and somebody caught it. I'm like, dude, how the fuck did you catch that? Skyling, thank you so much for the super chat, dude. Do you know if Rux will be a physical bag like so we already talked about that earlier. As of right now, rucksacks don't show up on your back, but it's going back and forth. I don't know where the dev team's going to land on it. It's like a 50-50 split between us. So we'll have to kind of see where they land. As of right now, rucksacks do not show up on your back. Your backpack is what shows you do. There's an icon that shows you that you have something in your backpack, like a ruck. But the ruck like isn't the same. Like when you're looting the rucksacks, like you see the ruck. If you read the description of it though, it's not like a big bag. It's just like an assortment of pills. You know what I mean? It's not like a giant bag. Like I don't know, but yeah, right now we're kind of back and forth on how what they're gonna do with that. I just joined your live. What is the size of the map from the gameplay? It feels quite small. Map is huge. Follow me. I kind of broke it down in this video, man. I showed it's big. Yeah, it's pretty big. We had somebody that did a test. They just drove from not even all the way at the top, but they drove from like up high in the map down to the base at the southern the map, and it took them 8.5 minutes of driving to get down there. Max speed, pedal to the metal, pegging at 8.5 minutes. Do you know anything about more alphas coming out since? Yeah. So the next alpha, Patrick was I think they said publicly July 13th is when that's going to be. They're planning on that going live. So if you guys haven't set up, make sure you guys are signed up for the alpha. Make sure you guys are wish listing State of Decay 3 on Steam, PlayStation, Xbox. Make sure you guys are wish listing the shit out of it. Okay. Let's get those wish lists up. My goal, man, I want this to be close to the number one. Like, listen, guys, if that crappy fake ass game, what the hell was it? The day before, that game was the number one most wish listed game on Steam. We got to get State of Decay up there, guys. Come on, let's do it. But as for the alphas are PC exclusive. The betas have plans to open up to consoles testing. That was one of my things, because I know we talked about it earlier about the whole rumored bullshit going on right now between Microsoft, Undead Labs, and whatnot. Again, we don't know what the fuck's going on, but if there is any truth to those rumors, the one thing we could do as a community, like, let's just say there is truth to this, okay? The one thing we could do as a community, we all love this fucking game. We all want to see it succeed. We're all hardcore fans. We love the dev team. And I don't want to live in a world without State of Decay 3. You know what I mean? So the one thing we can do as a community, jump on, wish list the fuck out of this game right now. Wish list it, guys. It's free. It's free. Wish list the shit out of it. Follow me said, I appreciate the answer. You should visit Iceland. Yo, I would love to, dude. I appreciate you. Follow me. Thank you so much for the love, dude. So Slick asked a really good question. Slick, really, really good question. Hold let me see here. Where was it? I just lost my place. Chat, you guys, chat's going. So Slick says, how much do you care about your survivors compared to State of Decay 2? Slick, good question. So the way they did the skill system in State of Decay 3, it's not as rigid as State of Decay 2. So you can like build, hold on one sec. The way you can do your builds in this, it's really nice. So you can like fully build a survivor the way you want them to be built. And I have certain survivors that I'm like, yo, I love this build that I got here. And all of the builds, because of how the skills sometimes line up, because the skills available to a survivor depend on traits and their fifth skill. You know what I mean? So depending on their traits and their background and shit like that, that will dictate what skills are available to them. So obviously you can get a hodgepodge of traits mixed with different fifth skills, and then you can get a certain spread of skills for that survivor that are unique to that survivor. Like say you got 5 skills you could choose from. Those 5 skills for that survivor are completely different depending on their traits and stuff. So sometimes you'll get really good, really lucky. You'll get a survivor that has really great traits, and it just creates the perfect smorgasbord of skills to choose from. And dude, sometimes it's like they're gold. Like they're so good. And I'm like, dude, I don't even like, even though you're now my best survivor, I don't even want you to leave base. Because if you die, I'm gonna be butthurt. So yeah, I think the way that they did the skill system, and sometimes just depending on how they can roll, sometimes, man, you could get some really cool survivors with some really cool skills. And then the combos, like how you combo those skills, it's up to you. You know what I mean? Like you could build them how, because you got multiple options. It's not like in State of Decay 2, and this is one of the things I was trying to tell you guys. Like somebody's like, oh, this game's just like State of Decay 2. The skill system's completely fucking different. Like in State of Decay 2, you could only choose from a cardio skill, wit skill, combat skill, and what the fuck was the other one? I don't even remember, dude. A gun skill or something like that. I don't even remember. And then like your fifth skill. This one, the fifth skill's separate, but you can have like all. You could specialize any way you want. Like, you know what I mean? You could have like 2 skills that focus on like evasion. Like you could have evasion along with freaking overdrive that all focus on like stamina stuff. Like you don't only go with like one stamina skill. You could have like, if your survivor has them available to him, you could have fucking all 3 of them be stamina focused skills if you wanted to. You know what I mean? It's not as locked in as State of Decay where you have like one of these, one of these, one of these. It's like you have all of these skills now that you could choose from. Pick which ones you want. Type of deal. It's a lot better, in my opinion. All right, let me see if I can get caught up on these super chats. You guys are absolutely showing crazy love tonight. I want to say thank you so damn much for all the support and love. We gotta. It really means a lot to me, guys. It really does, and I'm glad to see there's so much love and excitement in the chat. You guys, I know you guys are just as excited as I am. And again, like I said, I'm still be talking with the team, seeing if we can get you guys more gameplay, because I know you guys want to see more stuff. Again, I feel like we just did a really big dump. So there was a lot for you guys to still break down there, but I am working on other things because I think there still is a lot of cool shit I could show you guys, but again, we'll just kind of see how everything kind of pans out. Skyling, again, thank you so much for the 10, dude. But it being a physical thing that you need to carry would be much more realistic. Yeah, oh, you're talking about the ruck? Yeah, I mean, and that's why I'm saying Skyling, it kind of goes back and forth. Like there's some people that really want the ruck. There's some people that can care less. I don't know where it's going to land. That's all I can say. I just know that, trust me, there's 2 sides right now going back and forth. So we'll kind of have to see where that lands. Laid back. Thank you for the 38 months, dude. I saw from a post that State of Decay 3 is number 31 on wish list. Let's get it to the top 10. Hell yeah, let's get it to the top 10, dude. Let's get it to top 5, bro. Any plans for UL to drop a pre-order option? I'm pretty sure they want to probably lock in a release date. You know what I mean? Right now it's just windowed for 27. So I'm pretty sure once the game, you know, the testing phases get closer to being done, they start locking in features and everything's kind of looking solid. I think at that point you'll probably, but I don't think they're gonna lock in a pre-order until they have a release date. And again, all the jewels, thank you so much, Yoski. Thank you so much for the 440, dude. I appreciate you, dude. Prisoner asks, am I getting paid to promote this game? No. Dude, I don't get paid. I got paid. We did get paid once this year, guys, for a sponsorship. And that was for the Division. The Division mobile game. I don't get paid by anybody to promote anything, especially State of Decay. This is the game I started my channel on. It's just my community. Yeah, I talk about the game. I love the game. I love the team because it's what I built my whole entire legacy on. Will there be a system? So Roblox asks, will there be a system to turn off the hearts? I don't know. I mean, they kind of play a pretty big role in the game. I don't. I feel like a game would be pretty boring without them. But as of right now, there's nothing like that. So Bjorn asks a really good question. He says, Brian, do you still constantly get hounded and harassed by communities for assistance every half hour? No, no, you don't. Um, there are, again, we talked about it in the beginning of the stream. There are random survivors that kind of patrol around the map that you could walk up to and talk to and do missions with. And then there are enclaves, but the enclaves are different. Like you actually go to them and say, hey, is there anything that you need me to help you with? And then you can do missions for them. But yeah, they're not like, hey man, can you bring me a bag of food? All right, thanks. 30 minutes later, hey man, can you bring me a bag of materials? All right, thanks. Hey man, can you come help me clear out this new shed and help all three of us move from shed 1 to shed 2? Shed 2 has 2 windows. Yeah, sure. Hey man, thank you for helping us move. Can you give me a bag of materials? And then you don't do it. And they're like, you know what? Fuck you. We're now hostile. We hate you. That no longer exists in State of Decay 3. No, that's not how the enclaves work. Yo, I'm so behind on chat. You guys are fucking out of control tonight. Currency with the 20 says, thank you for all your hard work, bro, and answering all the questions from everyone. That being said, I got one too. There was a doghouse behind your character at base in the last gameplay, but any type of pets and animals. Right now, there is no pets. Philip was in the chat though, and Philip, studio head, he said he would love to see pets in State of Decay at some point. But no, there's no dogs or cats or squirrels or chickens. Do you know the depth that difficulty sliders will be? Is going to be, yeah, same difficulties as the second game right now. Yep. Chaos Theory. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted, bro. I appreciate you showing love to the community, man. Seriously, brother, thank you so damn much. Do freaks give influence like State of Decay 2? I don't know, actually. I've never paid attention. Like when I killed a freak, if I got influence, that's something I'd have to ask the devs. So I'd have to ask about that. Okay, so yes, you do. You do get influence when you kill a freak in State of Decay 3. Any new facilities that you could share? And to double down on that, you actually get 1 influence for each regular zombie you kill too. There it is. Yeah, so you get influence for killing freaks and you get 1 influence for each regular zombie you kill. Any new facilities that you could share? So let me see if I could find it in this video where I showcase the different facilities that can be built. Where the hell was that? Timestamp. I think this is it. So these are the facilities. Really, bro? These are the facilities. These are the outdoor facilities for State of Decay 3 currently. New ones would be like, so you got things like the granary, the sawmill, and the water filter. Those are actually pretty unique because what they do is they actually they help boost your harvest site production. So if you have a harvest site and then you build a water filter at your base, it actually increases the production of the harvest site. So yeah, it works like that. So harvest site production increase facilities. But yeah, they got, solar panels, they got the gas generator, ethanol reactor, but these are just the outdoor ones. Then there's a bunch of indoor ones too. But yeah, there's a lot of cool facilities in the game for sure. A lot of cool facilities. Yo, Sean, thank you so much for the 10, dude. Question about POI. like for medical ammo or materials? Do you still need to climb radio towers or billboards to search? No. So one of the things that, if you guys notice in my gameplay, there's no scouting, Sean. So they brought it because scouting, Patrick actually explained it super well. Like, the scouting didn't make a whole lot of sense because you kind of stand up and then you could say, okay, there's exactly these resources and these. You never had to go on the ground. You never had to go to those areas. They wanted it to be more grounded, more immersive. Like, you actually have to walk up and look at the buildings to see what they are. You know what I mean? So yes, now scouting is done more on the ground, not up high, just standing there saying, oh yeah, there's materials, there's food, there's this, there's that. You got to actually be on the ground and get in there. Making the rucks optional is the obvious choice. Yo, sir, thank you for the $2. I mean, hey, turn it on and off, dude. That's a pretty happy medium, right? Are the size of towns in State of Decay 3 around the same size as 2? No, they're definitely bigger. There's 5 pretty, I think in total on the map, we'd have to go look at it. I think there's 12 towns in the whole map, and like 5 or 6 of them are quite big. Yeah, quite big. One of the bigger ones being Caroline, which is the one that's like kind of in the center. The one to the south in Clearwater, those ones are quite. They're all, yeah. There's like 5 or 6 of them that are pretty good size. All bigger than any town in State of Decay 2 easily. The dev stated any intentions to return to a more dense urban environment like Lifeline. So that was one of the big discussions we had with the team. And I know I've seen a lot of comments and questions asking that same thing. So that's a very good question, Brian. Is people are asking about like a super dense urban environment, like a Lifeline type city. Obviously, we could see right now that there are towns that are pretty big. But there isn't, like a New York City style, fucking downtown Manhattan style city map. That doesn't exist. We have talked with the devs. The devs understand, they feedback, things like that. They are definitely, they know that there's a want and a need for that. So how they implement something like that in the future, we'll have to kind of see. As of right now, I don't personally know. Do you know how in-depth difficulty sliders will be? I already answered that one. I already answered the size of the towns. All right, hold on. All right, hold questions for 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to burn through these super chats real quick, and then you guys can re-ask your questions once I get to the bottom. Pet zombie deer. Chat, I do think they got to mount the zombie deer. I told Brant, I was like, dude, you guys got to like draw up the zombie deer, like animate it, and turn it into a mount and like put it on the wall as like an Easter egg on one of the bases. I think that shit would be so funny, dude. What other alpha testers think of feel of using controllers? So for everything I'm tracking, Kay, about controller usage in the right now in the alpha it's amazing. I've used the controller a little bit for the locomotion and it feels super smooth. The melee combat actually feels way better on a controller than it does on mouse and keyboard. And I've heard nothing but good things about the controllers. I don't personally use controllers. I'm a mouse and keyboard guy, like to the day I die. But everybody that uses controller, they love them. They absolutely love it. It's Locust, thank you for the 4 or the 5, dude. What can you tell us about Prestige? Will they incorporate special weapons, cars, clothing, throwables? I don't know. So as I know, the Prestige was up in the top. We got to wait and see what that whole Prestige system goes toward. Right now, I don't know. And now, the enclaves don't bother you anymore like they used to. Yeah, they clean that up. Gearless with another 20, dude. Holy shit, brother, man. Thank you so fucking much, brother. So dumb question of the day. Are there any romance options? I know I read that question in the community a few months ago for the alpha test on the community updates or upgrades. Curious if you heard any. So Yeah, you're talking like your like romance options between survivors. As of right now, what you guys seen is what is here, what the devs plan on doing with survivors, and relationships and things like that. Trust me, like there's ideas. I know those there that they're throwing around. As of right now, there's nothing I can talk about. So sorry about that, but trust me, the devs do. They were spitballing ideas, and I know they know that they want people to see more interconnected relationship type stuff between survivors outside of just coexisting with each other. But yeah, as of right now, what you've seen in the gameplay showcase, there's nothing like that in there right now. Elvis, I think of it 2 man. I need a monster truck reward zombie kill count, dude. You mean like? Are you saying like you want a monster truck as a reward for killing a certain amount of zombies? Just big tires mowing them down, dude. So Rue says, I'm not a new player to State of Decay 2 or State of Decay, but what are your thoughts on if they made a sandbox for new players to the series? So Rue, right now I'd say honestly, State of Decay 3 and how the game opens, like tutorials. Right now the tutorial's still being worked, it's being worked on by the devs literally right now. How the game kind of opens up and introduces systems to you, especially if you're playing on lower difficulties. I feel like it's done well. And I think the way that the team does difficulties, it is very, very new player friendly. Now, I think the beautiful thing about State of Decay is there is some ridiculous levels of depth to the game. But the good thing is you don't have to engage with all of those systems in order to be successful. So as you guys know, you have your people who kind of skim the surface of games, and then you have your hardcore guys who are in, they're neck deep into every system. They're fully min-maxing every system. And I just want you to know there's a very big spectrum there. Like you can skim, you can probably go and play all of State of Decay 3 with one base, 10 survivors, and make it work. Or you could be the guy who goes out, gets 3 bases, 36 survivors, fully leveled up, min-maxed. You have you've fully upgraded every single, facility to the max. You've done and you know what I mean? The outcome is the same. So I think it just really depends on you as a player and how deep you want to engage with the systems. Now, the one thing I do appreciate about 3 is it does force you to engage with some of the crafting systems. You have, if you want certain items, you really do kind of have to engage with it a little bit. But yeah, it's like, not everybody's going to be mandatory to go build an evaporation tank or an ethanol reactor. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a mandatory thing for sure. Let me get this playing in the background here. Does your character die and become a zombie like in the second game? I don't know. Actually, most of the times I die, I actually don't fucking know. I'm trying to think of all the times I've died and I've went back. Because you recover your loot from the ground. It's not like where you got, because the one thing about State of Decay 2 is it was so annoying sometimes. Is like you would die and then your survivor would get up and walk away. And then you would go over there looking for your fucking loot and it would be gone. Just gone. And you would spend 30 minutes. Okay. Okay. So yes, humans do turn into zombies, guys. Yeah. Survivors, when they die, they turn into zombies. Good question. Because I didn't even fucking know the answer to that. Good question. Okay. So yes, your survivors do turn into zombies. Good ass question. How is the morale? Have the devs been shocked by some of the reactions to the gameplay video? I mean, yeah, it seems like, I know, like all of us when it's nerve wracking, you know what I mean? When you're showcasing gameplay to the world for the first time and you've been working on something for so long and you're like, you know, how is the world going to take this? You know, like, are they going to be happy with your work and stuff like that? So it is a very nerve wracking thing, you know, but, it's honestly, guys, the reception that you guys have been showing it's been phenomenal. Like, yeah, you know, there's negativity, there's trolls, there's people who don't know how to read. But at the same time, overall, like positivity is like over 97% positivity on every video I've done. Overwhelmingly positive. And those videos hit pretty big, you know what I mean? So it's not like it's a small test bed of those videos were massive. And overall, it's really positive. So, yeah, I mean, again, the devs are they want feedback. You know what I mean? They just want feedback. And you guys, whether it's negative feedback because you don't like a system, whether it's positive feedback, as long as it's constructive and you're not just being a fucking asshole, of course, you know, they want to hear the good. They want to hear the bad. And that's the one thing that we've always known about Undead Labs. That's the way they've always been. They've always been open to both positive and negative feedback. And they build amazing. They made a, you know, State of Decay 2 was fucking amazing. Ended up being so good because of feedback. You know, so you guys would go to them and say, hey, we don't like this. And the team would go, they would fix the system, you know, like the plague heart and infestation system. That shit was dog shit when State of Decay 2 first came out. And then it's like, because of feedback and us telling them, hey, we don't really like the system. Can you make it more interesting? Then they came out with the heart attack update, completely revamped the hearts, you know, and curveballs and all this other stuff. They did a really good job. So Blood asked, will you be able to send your survivors to do missions and recon and destroy infestations and even looting? Are you talking like simulated, like in State of Decay 2? You know how they have the simulated like destroy infestation radio call? I don't think there's if you're asking like, can you like send your person out and the AI survivor just like runs off and like does shit? I barely trust the AI to follow me in most games, let alone send them out to do something like that. But if you're talking about like radio commands, I don't know. We'll have to see where the team wants to go with something like that. But I don't know about like being like, yo, go clear this infestation. Your dude just like heads out and does it. I don't know. That'd be pretty crazy. Cool idea though. That's a fucking cool ass idea. What type of bases besides Old Fort Rooftop have you seen so far? And what's your favorite base so far? Actually, one of my favorite bases so far was a base I fucking didn't even get a chance to show you guys. Patrick actually showed it to me after the fact. So in the alpha, they added a new base and it's really cool. But I don't know. I do really like the Old Fort that you've seen Jay's video. That base has a really cool aesthetic to it because it's in like an old shoreside, like stone concrete military fort. It has like a subterranean level to it. You know, and it's a really cool base, really cool base. Rooftops, I actually really like this base too. This one is really dope, but there's one up north also that hasn't been showcased. In Hunting Store, I don't think has been showcased either. Hunting Store is a really cool base too. It's like you go in and it's like a giant like Bass Pro Shop. It's fucking dope as hell. Hunting Store is really cool, but I do think the Wind Farm base to the north is probably one of the most underrated bases in the game. It's beautiful up there because it's like up on top of a hill. Giant wind farm, the way they built the walls around it and stuff, it's got a cool, super cool aesthetic to it. So I'd probably say aesthetically, it would probably be between, I don't know, maybe Old Fort and the Wind Farm, but I don't know. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to think on that. Do we have a fire station base in State of Decay 3? Yes. Where the Enclave is. is actually a fire station. It's called the firehouse. It's cool. Right on the outside, they actually got like the training tower and shit like that. Yeah. It's literally, I think it's called the firehouse. Yep. So there's a fire station base. That's where the chopping block was in this playthrough. So you can claim that if you recruit them. Let me see here. Locust Lord, thank you for the 10, dude. Got any details about the end game? I'm gonna search the entire map at some point. Will it be like a forever community update in terms of reloading the map? As for end game, that's not something I can discuss. It's actually something I don't really know a whole lot about yet because it's still being fleshed out and worked on. But yeah, that's not something I really know much about right now. Not something that we can go in the depth about. But as for how the end game's gonna play and stuff like, I don't know. The game, obviously the team knows that there's people that are going to want to kind of just community cycle, like new community after new community after new community. And then I'm pretty sure the team is under the impression that there's going to be a lot of people who want to see that forever community style play style too. So I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with a system that, kind of makes both people happy. Just due to their track record, and obviously they understand their audience and how people play their games. So we'll kind of have to see though what the actual end game is like, but the actual how to beat State of Decay 3 and what all that's not anything that I can go into right now. Ghost, so I already answered the question earlier about starting in the same base. There's a tutorial start to the game. That's kind of, pretty structured. I don't know if they plan on applying that to everywhere or where it's going to go. I don't know how that's going to start. I don't know if every game you're going to start in the same place or if you'll be able to start in other bases and other parts of the map. I don't know what their plans on for that. Again, those are all systems that the team's currently actively developing right now, trying to find out what's a good flow, what feels good, for new players, for experienced players. Is it going to, feel really, really repetitive to start in the same place every single time? Because then that kind of creates like, you can almost map out a playthrough. So having that dynamic, being able to maybe spawn in like different places, I could definitely see the want for that, being able to like, hey, can I start off the game in this base? Can I start off the game in this base? I could see the desire for that, but as of right now, what they plan on doing, I don't know. Does the leader system work? So the way they've done that in this, there is no leader system in 2 or in 3, like there was in 2. Again, that is something that the team is working on. We don't know if there's going to be more that they're going to add to like the actual survivor systems and stuff like that. But that whole leader system that we've seen in 2 with like the sheriff, the warlord, the trader, and the builder, that doesn't exist in this game right now. There's nothing like that. It is a very different game. As much as people keep wanting to say it's just State of Decay 2 with better graphics, we've literally been talking for the past 2 hours about everything that's already different about the game. But are there any prisons, lighthouses, or high school bases? I don't know. You know what I haven't done, dude, is all of the bases are on the map and I've actually not scrolled over them. I'm like very ADD, guys. Like I like focus in on like what's in front of me and that's it. But I actually have not even seen what the other bases on the map are. I don't even know, dude. I didn't even read it. I'm a horrible person. I know. I'm so sorry. Flashy. Hey, how you doing, brother? Thank you so much for the 40. I might have missed it. I just joined. Any scoop? Yeah, I already discussed that early on in the stream, Flashy. If you want to hear that, bro, I talk about it literally in the beginning of the stream, brother. Can you speak about melee weapons and customizations? For example, can you make Lucille a bat with barbed wire or maybe a handgun with a knife on it? Things like that. So the team is working on like a customization system for guns and stuff like that. But yeah, all those customization systems are still heavily being developed and not something I could really get into depth about. But cool ass ideas for sure, Deuces. Cool ass ideas for sure, man. Is any chance you know how many floors buildings are optimized to be? Like 2 or 3 floors high and 1 floor deep? Angry, I don't know. There is multiple story buildings in State of Decay 3. And there's very big structures in 3. Like if you go into the chem plant, like that is significantly high. Like when you go up into some of the higher parts of that area and get out onto some of the scap, like there is a lot of verticality in this game. Surprising amount of verticality actually. But yeah, there are multi-story buildings in the game. So yeah, don't go in them thinking one dimension. Like some of them, you got to go find a stairwell. You go up to a second floor. And again, yeah, there are some, especially in some of the POIs in the game, because not only are there towns that you loot, but all of the plague nests, especially, are in ginormous POIs, like huge POIs. Like there's the one at the chem factory. You've seen Jay's video where he went to, it's called the Aeronautical Museum. It's literally like an old museum for like airplanes and stuff. And it's been taken over by the plague nest. There's the slaughterhouse, which is an old slaughterhouse POI, ginormous, it's fucking beautiful. And yeah, there's all of these different huge POIs, fully lootable too. And some of those are gonna you got to go back and forth quite a bit because there's a lot of resources in them. But yeah, there's some really cool, really big POIs. So will there be destructible houses where juggernauts can break through walls? I mean, I don't know about that. There is really cool stuff that the team's working on when it comes to like destructible shit that had to do with Juggernaut. I can't go into detail about that right now. At some point when that's ready to be shown, I'm pretty sure the team's going to be really excited to show that because it's fucking cool. But as for like Juggernauts breaking through walls, I don't know. That would be kind of wild. That'd be pretty cool. It'd be wild as fuck though. I'll tell you that. I tell you right now, though, you will find juggernauts inside buildings more often than I'm comfortable with. So MS Gaming asks a really good question, and I do appreciate you asking that question. So MS Gaming says, is it the same a repetition of plague hearts, or is there other forms of interactions? Are we just fighting zombies and killing plague hearts like in SOD2, or is there more? Very, very good question, MS. So that was actually one of the issues I had with State of Decay 2 also. And one of the things that actually make it really hard to go back playing State of Decay 2 after playing the third game is, yes, in State of Decay 2, you load up the map. The map spawns in, if you're on a higher difficulty, let's say you're on lethal zone, it spawns in 28 plague hearts, places them in buildings around the map, and boom, your map is set. You start the game, you gear up, you go out, you kill plague hearts. Once you kill all the plague hearts, you legacy, you beat the game. That's it. Like it's a very straightforward, very linear, very predictable gameplay loop. It's satisfying, definitely satisfying gameplay loop. Because at least it has an ending. Some of these sandbox rival games just go on forever and they're super annoying. One of the things that the team has done now, though, is that Plague Heart system still exists, like State of Decay 2, but they made it completely dynamic. And they added another layer to it. So the Plague Nest system, I know we haven't gone super in depth about it. I kind of just showcase fighting it, but how Plague War works. And I do feel like I need to work on a video. I got to talk with the team and see if we can come up with a cool video that like fully explains Plague War. Cause it is a very different system than State of Decay 2, a very different system. And what I mean by that is you have the Plague Nests, which are all unique POIs across the map. I don't know exactly how many Plague Nests there are right now. Right now, I think there's 4 or 5 that are in the test right now. All of them are unique layouts. They're not the same. They're not laid out. Like every plague nest is unique. Their layouts, their node locations, the pathing, the congestion, everything is unique and different. So when you do the plague nest, they are all different. Now, what I mean by that, system spawns, that system then when it spreads, instead of creating infestations that are just zombies in a building, they create plague hearts. So now imagine the plague heart system from State of Decay 2, but it grows and expands and pushes out. Like plague hearts actively grow on the map, and then you can kill them and they grow back in all different locations depending on which way that plague nest is pushing. So they created a dynamic plague heart system which can grow and shrink depending on that system growing and you killing it. Now, what happens is you can kill that system all the way back, take out the nest, or you can skip that, go right to the nest, cut off the head. So it creates that system there. And then, yeah, it's not just like, oh yeah, we spawn and we just kill plague hearts and call it good. No, like the plague nests are very much a different system than the plague nest. Now, as for like what comes after that, we don't know yet, you know, like where that system kind of is going to point us, like an end game. That's still up in the air right now. But as of right now, just the Plague War system by itself is very dynamic. It is very different than State of Decay 2. And I promise you, when you play 3 and you experience the Plague Nest system, you cannot go back and do Plague. I like, we're actively doing a State of Decay 2 playthrough, and I was having so much fun. I got into Alpha 1 playtesting for State of Decay 3, and I literally was dreading stream, guys. I was like, oh, I got to play State of Decay 2 tonight. And it was just like, it was so hard to do because, yeah, it's just the State of Decay 2 is very static, where this is a very dynamic, ever-changing system. Sean with the 5 says, can we ask the devs to add weed growing at the farms for morale, influence, and med construction for recreational influence? You guys are trying to turn State of Decay into fucking into Schedule 1. So, I mean, you could already craft booze. Well, you could in 2. I don't know if you can craft booze out of still in 3. For like influence, but you could craft booze and shit in 2. You could become a moonshiner. The zombie cap was like, do you know what the zombie cap in 3 might be? Oh, you're talking about like zombies on screen? Dude, a lot. I don't know. I've had so many zombies on screen before that it felt like they were infinite, bro. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I definitely feel like you can get a lot. There's a lot more zombies on screen in 3 than there is in 2 for sure. Even just this engagement right here, there was a lot of zombies that showed up, and I was like, holy crap! Because the way they redid the spawns in this test, like there's like clusters of them now, and oh man, it caught me off guard. I was not ready for it. But yeah, a lot of zombies. Embark says, can we please get Lifeline in State of Decay 3? Yeah, I mean, I thought the Lifeline deal, you got to remember, the world is so much different though. Like Lifeline like was built based off like what the military did during the outbreak. Like we're so far, the military doesn't even exist anymore in this world, dude. Are you going to have human enemies in State of K3 or just hostile survivors? I don't know what they plan on doing with the hostile humans for 3. Right now, you don't have to worry about them. I know they were a very big contention point for State of Decay 2. Like, I would say most people hated them because State of Decay 1 didn't have any hostile humans whatsoever. They just didn't exist. 2, they were very frustrating and almost a non-factor. Like, I didn't really care for the hostile humans in 3 and 2. And as of right now, I know the team, they want to do, we've spoken about it like tons of time, and they understand that the hostile human system in 2 was not great. And they want to make sure if there is a system like that, that it's done very well. Because yeah, in 2 it was a little lackluster. It was just 3 dudes in a shed who were pissed off and tried to kill you when you went to the shed. And all you would do to avoid it, you just would never go to the shed, or you just fling boater gas into it, or zombie. Yeah, the meta for hostile humans in State of Decay 2 was, yep, exactly. Just ignore them, because you just avoided where they were, and that was what we did. Because then they were super tanky and they killed you super fast. Dylan, thank you for the 20, bro. Thank you for all the work and time putting into the game and showcasing it. And keep bringing on all the great content. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate it, dude. And again, I thank you all for coming and hanging out tonight, man. Such good questions. Such good questions, too, tonight. You guys are fucking killing it, man. Do guns have recoil? Yeah, guns have recoil. The one thing I did notice about, because people kept pointing about, the gun camera seems a little weird at times. And the way the recoil system is, there's even skills to reduce recoil in the game. So again, I don't know if it's like an animation thing, but again, remember it's alpha. There's still things being tweaked, especially when it comes to animation, guns, and things like that. So it's hard to speak on exactly, you know, what's intended, what's not intended. They're still tweaking and working on a lot of stuff, but guns do have recoil. Yeah, for sure. Cause I think there's even upgrades to reduce recoil. Kyle, so yeah, there's a lot of people right now that's like a lot of people keep, oh, this just looks like State of Decay 2 reskinned. And like I said, at the end of the day, like it is a State of Decay game. You know what I mean? And a lot of the people that I've talked to that say that it looks like there's nothing new, there's nothing what's the word that they were using? Like there's nothing like, wow, this is completely different. That in my opinion, that's a good thing, because the last thing we want to do is turn State of Decay into something that's not State of Decay. And a lot of these people that suggest the game is not something fresh and new, all of their ideas are, I'm not even trying to, y'all know me, no disrespect, Chad, no disrespect, bro. But a lot of the ideas of these people that are claiming the game just looks like State, bro, your idea fucking sucks at the end of the day. You're trying to turn the game into fucking 7 Days to Die. You're trying to turn it into DayZ. You're trying to turn it into to The Last of Us, bro. Like I get it, but this is not those games. This is State of Decay, bro. You know what I mean? We're not trying to recreate 7 Days to Die, bro. Like we're trying to play State of Decay. No disrespect, bro. You know what I mean? No disrespect. But sometimes like your ideas are just, you're trying to transform the game into something it's not. You know what I mean? And I think that's the issue is DayZ players love DayZ. They see a new zombie game coming out and they're like, well, I'm kind of done playing DayZ, man. I kind of wish there was another game like DayZ. Hey, man, I wish this State of Decay game was more like DayZ. Hey, your game kind of sucks. Why didn't they add this? It would have been so much cooler if this game had PvP. And it's just like, no, it wouldn't. Us fans of the game, we don't want PvP, bro. Like that's not what we want. Y'all just don't see. This is the problem with games nowadays. Like y'all just let these developers do the bare minimum. There should be PvP in this game. No, we just don't want PvP, bro. Like. Like at the end of the day, bro, like it's not the bare minimum. We just don't want this shit. But again, a lot of people are also judging the game based off an alpha playtest where they haven't even seen all the other shit the team's working on for the game. Like there's so much more that's being added to the game that nobody's even seen yet. You guys are just seeing a small glimpse of what the game has to offer. And yeah, you know, a lot of people are kind of just judging it based on what's here. And my opinion is, damn, like you guys are comparing this right now, a game that has only been, is in alpha, and you're comparing it to a game that was developed for what, 6 years with 38 post launch content updates. So I mean, if you're saying that this game is already competing with State of Decay 2, then hey man, I think in early alpha, you guys are only seeing maybe 30-40% of what the game has to offer, and it's already doing is, you know, up there with State of Decay 2. Hey, I think that's a fucking W for me. And John, thank you for the 5, bro. I really love the idea of hostile humans, though. Oh, no, I'm not, John. Yeah, don't take that as we're not gonna have hostile humans. I'm just saying they're just not here right now. Yeah, I am a huge advocate for hostile humans and a good hostile human system, but I also agree that I don't want a half-baked hostile human system like State of Decay 2 had. I would honestly rather the team just hold off until they could give us a good system and not just throw something crappy and half-baked in like State of Decay 2, where it's just like some random dudes in a shed that you just avoided. Do you think having characters that specialize in close combat are just as effective as someone who specializes in range combat? Oh yeah, for sure. Dude says, honestly, you could, that's the glory about State of Decay is you could play this with guns, you could play this with melee. I'm more of a melee guy than I am a gun guy. 3 has kind of pushed me to use guns a bit more than I did in 2, just because of how, with the runners, how fast you can get overwhelmed. 3 has definitely caused me to use guns a lot more than I'm used to. But yeah, at the same time, I think there's a good balance. You could beat the game either way. There are some nodes though that's like Plague Nest that you cannot reach if you don't have a gun. They're like way fucking up in the air, so you have to have some type of gun or way to hit it. But for the most part, yeah, you do play the game mostly melee, play the game with guns. It kind of depends on what you want to see. Will State of Decay 3 have a story similar to State of Decay 1? I hope not, Hickey. But as for story stuff, we can't really talk about it. I went into a good spiel earlier explaining why my idea about story and State of Decay and why I think it was a good choice for them to move away from how they structured 1. And it's a replayability thing, like a story. And if they put a story in this game with cutscenes and this game would not be as replayable as people would want it to be. I at the end of the day, I mean, you could argue with me about it and you're allowed to have your opinion. That's fine. But I would literally bet you $1,000 cash. Any person that thinks differently, I would bet you $1,000 cash that if this game had a linear, strong story narrative with cutscenes, it would not be as successful is even to state like replayable wise. People would probably put 100, 200 hours in it. And then that story, it starts to just drain you just because it's linear. You just replay the same thing over and over and over and over again. So I think the system-based gameplay direction is far superior in my opinion. Currency said, has there been talks about adding a sleep system to go through day and night? Could you please? So I've never heard anything about a sleep system. I don't think that would ever be the direction the team want to go. I don't want to speak for them, but I don't foresee them ever adding something like that. Just because of like how the game works. A sleep system would be like really weird, like the passage of time and resource and stuff like. It'd be a really weird system for you to kind of like. It works in games like Zomboid when you're just like one dude, and but in this, I don't see how that would work when you're like 36 different people. But could you also ask for the ability to do shoulder swapping? I think that's already been put in feedback. I think I put it in my feedback too, the ability to shoulder swap. But yeah, we could get that in there. Math, I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. The vehicle variety is good. Yeah, shit. There's quite a few different vehicles. I think Jay even showed a case of car. I didn't even get to, I haven't even found yet. Jay found the muscle car, which is so fucking cool, man. I actually want to find one so bad now. So Jay found the muscle car. That's a new one. They got the sedan. They have the truck I showed. There's the van. There, there's quite a big vehicle variety. I can't remember them all right. I'm brain farting. But yeah, there's quite a bit of different vehicles. And like I said, all the different vehicles too, they have different like upgrades and shit too that can go with them. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, I was pretty jealous that Jay found that damn muscle car. That shit looks super cool. Is there scent block in the game? Yes, there is actually. I had some in the gameplay showcase. I had some scent block on me. It's still OP. It's still scent block. How many different types of weapons are available to use? There's quite a few. Yeah, my thing is I think the direction they're trying to go with this, because State of Decay 2 had a fucking bazillion different weapons in the game, but they were all, you couldn't do anything to them except put a muzzle attachment on them. So we talked about it earlier. If you had a SIG, if you had an M9, if you had a 45, or any like slew of pistols, they were all exactly the same. They were just different skins for the most part. They didn't change very much, but the direction I think they're going in 3 is less bloat, more customization. That kind of seems the direction the team really wants to go with it. Is like, yeah, instead of having 56 different handguns in the game, we might have like 12, but all 12 of those guns are fully customizable. You know what I mean? That kind of seems the direction they want to go, instead of having, well, yeah, let's just have 56 handguns in the game that all are just different skins of each other that you can't do anything to. That kind of seems like the direction the team wants to go. And same thing with vehicles. It's like, instead of having, 40 different vehicles in the game, have smaller amount of vehicles, but have the vehicles all be customizable. You know what I mean? Because I think customization is, for me personally, I prefer customization over variety, because again, if you look at your supply locker in State of Decay 2, guys, let's be real, man. I had just lines of guns that just sat there, never touched them, never did anything with them. Yo, Sloth, thank you so much for the jewels, bro. I do appreciate you, brother. They just sat there though, realistically, like never used them. So it's like, yeah, I'd rather have less guns that I can fully make my own. I personally would enjoy a system like that a lot more than just having like a bunch of different guns. Exactly. Jimmy, it says customization can spawn that variety too. Exactly. Is weapon durability still a thing? So right now, as of right now, hold on. I'll come back to that question if I can get an answer for it. Yo, Gearless, thank you for the 20, bro. One last suggestion. I think it would be a great addition to include random cutscenes throughout the game to highlight key milestones, such as establishing a new base, creating an outpost, or achieving a major victory. Oh, you're talking like you claim a base, kind of does like a sky over their base. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Maybe it shows like the people walking in and shit. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, so as for weapon durability, right now in the testing, there's no durability to weapons whatsoever. The maintenance cost for guns is ammo, obviously. So, but right now for melee weapons, the team does plan on adding durability though for melee. But as of right now, there is no durability for anything. It's been a glorious life, and the day that goes away, I'll be sad. But as of right now, no, there's no durability. But the team does, they're planning on not having a durability for guns, but having durability for the melee side of the weapons system. But we got to kind of see how that works out. Again, a lot of testing, early alpha, things change. The team could say, we want to do this. And then they're like, actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Or they say, hey, let's not do that. And then a lot of people say that they want something to change. And then they're like, you know what? Let's change it. Yeah, I like the no durability on guns. It's been nice because in State of Decay 2, it was a little frustrating because ammo is a bit harder to come by in 3. Right now the alpha is very generous. I do think ammo needs to get nerfed a little bit because you get a good bit of ammo. But I did find it to be a little tedious in 2 because you had to maintain your gun's durability and you had to maintain the ammo cost. In 3, and the durability costs in 2 it was so tedious, like using parts all the time. Some people like it, some people don't. I see some of you guys are pretty happy that there's no durability on guns. I don't mind the change personally because there's already a maintenance cost with bullets. But as for melee, yeah, you're probably gonna have to still fix those bad boys up. Yeah, and again, ammo's a bit tough in 3, especially with certain guns. You're gonna be walking around with like 12, like not Last of Us levels of no ammo, but there's many moments, especially on high difficulties, where you're walking around and you got maybe 13 bullets to your name, and it takes 4 or 5 bullets to kill a zombie. Sometimes, like especially like plague zombies, they're so tough. So yeah, your ammo's a bit of a thing. Even like in this playthrough that we were doing here, I had all together like 12, 13 bullets of 44 Magnum to my name. So yeah, it's the gun cost or the bullets are already good. Is there going to be a permanently clearable areas like hostile NPCs could move in there so there's still a threat? So right now, the team is still working on like spawns and area clearing and things like that. This gameplay showcase here actually was quite nice because I had cleared the area. I think actually right now and where we're talking, I actually opened up a loot container, and I was super surprised because usually when you open these containers up, tons of zombies show up. But Patrick said that due to the fact that I had already pre-cleared the area and I took out a lot of zombies in the area, that's why this locker wasn't that bad and I didn't get swarmed as bad as usual. So the spawns and things like that are still things that are still being very much worked on, but I don't think the team would ever go into like a permanently clearing the area, because you would run into the same issues you have in Project Zomboid, where the game just gets boring, because once you clear the area, it's just like, then what? It's just, you never fight or do anything. I don't know. Because the map's also not as big as something like Project Zomboid, where you could just, I'll just go to this. I feel like you would turn the map into a very boring place very, very quickly. Can a plague nest grow like tendrils across roads or nearby buildings? That would be super fucking cool, wouldn't it? As of right now, no. I mean, they span out throughout the POIs they're in quite aggressively, but they don't like actually go out across the roads and shit. But I do think that would be cool if there was a more visual representation of like the buildings that are infested, like when the plague hearts take over. I do feel like a visual like showcase on that would be pretty cool, but we'll have to see what the team has planned for that. Currency says, Can you talk about what happens after a survivor dies? Are there ways to honor them or keep their memory alive in sense? Weird question, just wondering. No, this is a great question, Currency. Because obviously, you know, we all care about, you know, our survivors, and State of Decay 2, they memorialize survivors with gravestones, but they're unmarked stones that kind of just showed in the back. It was kind of just a visual thing. As of right now in the test, there is nothing like that, but that's not saying the team does not have anything planned down the road for something to kind of memorialize your dead survivors. Because again, they did have it in 2, but as of right now in the current test, there's nothing like that. Where is Cash Beaumont? Well, he's not in the game that you guys have seen in the alpha. As for what they plan on doing Bounty Broker, I don't know yet. We'll have to see. I know you guys asked Philip, and he said that they're not ready to talk about Bounty Broker yet. But I do personally feel like the Bounty Broker was one of the coolest additions to State of Decay 2. The bounties were just, they add so much replayability. It just gives you another thing to do in the world. You know what I mean? And I do think that if they did bring the Bounty Broker back into State of Decay 3, it would be phenomenal. Yeah, I would be super happy about that. So I am definitely Team Bounty Broker. I'm actually curious, guys. For those of you guys in the chat, let me see the W's. Let me see W's right now in the chat. If you guys want to see the Bounty Broker come back to State of Decay 3. I'm thinking of the 5, dude. How dynamic is the weather? It's pretty, right now it's pretty dynamic. Yeah, like you'll get cloudy skies, you get freaking like, they just actually added the mist and stuff in the new build. It gets like foggy and misty and stuff like that. But yeah, the weather's dynamic, clear blue skies, and then you'll see clouds roll in and get storms, it'll start raining and stuff. Yeah. It's all just kind of on like a dynamic system. So yeah, we got a lot of bounty lovers in the chat. That's what I like to see. Okay. Yeah, it's just for me, it's just something else to do in the game. You know, I love that. I love the Bounty Broker. Silent Hill foggy. It gets pretty thick. I wouldn't say like Silent Hill foggy, but it creates a nice atmosphere for sure. I don't know if I was able to catch any fog in this. I do have footage that if someday I do get to showcase, I did actually get some footage of some good fog. I was driving through. It was pretty nice. Yeah, the weather develops gradually, goes away gradually. Same thing with day and night. Yeah, it's not just like, no, the alpha is a little weird. Sometimes you'll just be standing there, it'll be sunny outside, and it'll start raining. Obviously, it's alpha, things will be cleaned up. But yeah, it's a gradual thing. It's not just like sunny and then it just like downpour and then like goes away. You know, it's... how long are the day-night cycles? I think it's the same as State of Decay 2. I think it's 45, 45. Yeah, oh shit. Okay. So you guys were asking earlier about the spreading of like the plague around houses and shit. And I just got information, and I just got information. And yeah, that shit is fucking dope, guys. So the plague hearts that are in the house, it literally, the plague is literally spreading across the rooms and the floors and all throughout the house. That shit looks sick. It looks super fucking cool. Holy crap, dude. Yeah. So to answer that question, yes. That is super visually fucking dope. Yeah, it's really cool. I can't wait for you guys to see that. That shit's so sick. Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, it's like in the house, like the way the tendrils spread up the walls and across the floor. It's fucking looks wild. There's cities and towns with multi-story buildings. Yeah, there's some towns that have multi-story buildings in them, like 2 or so floors that you can go up. So like some of the towns like Caroline and shit, there's storefronts, they got apartments and shit above them too. Like, yeah, there's I think all of down like Caroline, like the main strip there, I think every building on that strip for the most part is multi-story. GTO with the 6, thank you so much, dude. It says Lone Wolf Challenge possible in State of Decay 3. Bro, I mean, anything's possible. I wouldn't say the game's designed for it by any means. No. This game, if anything, they went more with scale compared to like small. Because State of Decay 2 was very small, you know, with like 6 to 9, 12 survivors. They went more scale on this one. But I mean, you could try to beat the game with 1 survivor. I don't know how you'll overcome tiredness, though. Is there an offline multiplayer split screen option? I don't think so. The one thing I think the game does have, though, is offline single player. I do think you can play the game offline. Can plague hearts be left alone and it becomes a plague nest? No. But they will become disgustingly dangerous plague hearts. Yeah, it's a lot. It's not like State of Decay 2, guys, where you just leave a plague heart and it doesn't. No, so plague hearts do have stages, and there is significant differences between a stage 1 and 3. So if you leave a plague heart alone, it will become a stage 3 plague heart, and they are super bad. So yes, there is still like downsides to leaving those things alone, unlike State of Decay 2. Yeah, so make sure you're on top of clearing them. But the good thing is stage 3 plague hearts. If I can get footage one day, guys, and maybe I'll show you guys what a stage 3 plague heart is like. They're fucking dangerous, bro. I like dangerous. They're so scary. I think all of the footage you guys have seen so far has been of stage 1s, and I think Jay in his video hit 2 stage 2s. If I'm not mistaken. I think he did. I think he hit 2 stage 2 plague hearts in his. But a stage 3, I think a stage 3 is, I won't, don't quote me on this, but I think it's a guaranteed Juggernaut spawn. I think it spawns a Juggernaut, Screamer, Bloater, and Feral. Guaranteed on a stage 3. They're dangerous. They're super bad. Is there skills like sword play, meaning once you've maxed the skill out, making your survivor an insta-killing machine? No, nothing like that. Exists currently. As for what they want to do with skills in the future when it comes to that, as of right now, there are skills that make you pretty dangerous. Focuses on like being able to do a lot of damage with certain type of weapons. But as for like the insta killing, I mean, shit, with heavy attacks, yeah, you could do some crazy damage, but there's no like, so like you still got to do it like skill based. Like you have to time your attacks and shit with like a heavy attack. But in 2, you would just spam the takedown. Like it was easy. Just zombie runs up to you to spam the button, and your survivor just grab them and kill them and grab them and kill them and grab them and kill them. And they kind of got rid of that cheesy ass attack shit. And now you still like, you can still one shot zombies with a very good weapon and a good survivor. You can still one shot them with like a katana and a heavy attack, but you gotta, there's no just like push a button, grab the zombie, insta kill it. Yeah, a lot of the insta kill cheese has been removed from the game. Stage 3, I wouldn't say it's game over, but it's tough. Flag. Yeah, stage 3, Plague Hearts and stage 3 Plague Nest are tough. Yeah. Gunslinger. A lot of people are asking about Gunslinger, man. So what do you guys want to know about Gunslinger? Because there is a Gunslinger. You could see it right here. Actually, there is actually survivor attributes that are called Gunslinger. Are you guys asking if the Gunslinger trait is in the game? Or what the fuck is it there that you guys use? I don't use it. The snap aim? Is that what you guys are asking about? Oh, you're asking. Okay, so you're asking about the quick, like auto, the aimbot shit, right? I don't know. I feel like the snap aim is a crutch, guys. I don't become dependent on it, baby. Y'all could do it. Yo, the snap aim was disgusting in State of Decay 2, dude. It was so bad. I didn't use it. I don't use it, dude. That beautiful. Yeah. The snap aim was nice for ferals for sure. That shit was OP as hell though, guys. Come on, can we all agree? Hold on. Hear me out. Can we all agree that Gunslinger was broken as shit? Because all you had to do was pop a stim, because a Gunslinger would eat away at your stamina. So you pop a stim, and you could just spam that shit, and it was just headshot. Come on, W's in the chat, guys. W's in the chat. That shit was broken as fuck, bro. I can't believe the only one that thinks is broken. King, what was your question, brother? Again, I'm trying to answer as many questions as I can. I want to know about the search feature. Does it make sound effect that alerts zombies? King, that's a good question. I answered that one earlier too. There is no like search crash like State of Decay 2. But there are certain containers when you open them, like you'll have to break open a lock, and those will create search crashes. Or there'll be like sealed containers, you got to break them open, and those will create search crashes. But just your everyday looting container, you're just kind of digging through shit. Those don't make the search crash no more. No, there's no loot. But there are certain containers though that you got to be you open them, they will make a fucking ton of noise and shit will come in at you for sure. But it tells you which ones. It warns you. It says, hey, you know, if you open this locked container, it's going to make a lot of noise. And then you open that shit and it makes a lot of noise. Ferals show up and it's a bad day. Okay. So as of right now, no, there is no snap aim in State of Decay 3. As for what the devs plan on doing with it in the future, there is ideas floating around that sound amazing of them being more of an accessibility feature. But as of right now, there is no snap aim. So y'all just got to get good, chat. Y'all just got to get good, chat. Get good. The ferals are going to be eating good, baby. The ferals are going to be eating good. Let's go, dude. What's lethal like? It's rough. Yeah, it's really rough. Maybe one day I'll get you guys. We'll try to get you guys some lethal footage. Lethal's tough. It's super dangerous. It's not like all plague zombies, but the zombie composition is mostly runners. Like out in the world, you're mostly going to run into runners. Tons of freaks. Like the freak composition in lethal is absurd. Literally, like late game lethal, like every zombie is like a fucking freak. It's so crazy. And the zombies are crazy tanky. Yeah, like I think at one point on lethal, I shot a runner zombie like 4 or 5 times before it died. Yeah, it was super tough. So there's no way to get. I talked about that in the beginning of the stream, Jeremy. If you want to hear my take on it, I talked about it in the beginning. In the head, I mean, I would say, because you know how it is when zombies are running at you. Like sometimes you hit them here, you hit them here, you don't hit them in the head. But I think in lethal with 9mm, I think if you hit headshots perfect, one after without sharpshooting, I think it's like 3 to 4 shots to drop a zombie in lethal. The runners, the shamblers, I think is 2 or 3 shots. Lethal, I think it's like 3 or 4 shots. They're stupid strong. Yeah, the zombies are super scary in lethal, and they do all the damage. Yeah, they do all the damage. So Joel brings that. He says, I really like how much more realistic and mature the zombies look in State of Decay 3. I hated how their eyes glowed red in 2, looked really cheesy and more cartoonish. So they did that because that was kind of like their thing from 1 with the glowing eyes. And in 2, the glowing eyes were like, it was like very apparent. So in 3, they still have the glowing eyes, but yes, it is very believable. If you look closely at them, if you get to up close enough to a zombie, you will see their eyes do still glow. But yeah, it's very subtle and it does look a lot nice. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean the footage is like you could kind of see it. Like if you slow things down and look, you'll see their eyes. But yeah, you guys trying to watch it on this through YouTube compression is probably pretty tough. You guys are watching like a double bit rated thing too. You're watching a YouTube video on a YouTube video. So you guys getting double compression right now. Will State of Decay 3 have modding function in the future? You're talking about like, I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't. I don't know though. That's not something I can confirm nor deny. I have no idea what the devs plan on doing. I'm pretty sure they like I said it earlier, the team knows how important modding is to games, to the the lifespan of games and shit like that. So I don't see why they wouldn't want modders in their game. You know what I mean? Because modders create content. They breathe life into games. While devs are working on shit, their modders are kind of filling that void. So I think the team, they've been very in tune with mods. Well, back in SOD1 days, they were super in tune with their modders. 2, things got a little different, with like Xbox and all that stuff. But we'll have to see, what the relationship with the mod team will be in this one. But I'm pretty sure they understand the importance of modding for sure. Is winter weather actually going to be a thing? Like as of right now, there's weather in the game. Winter weather is not a thing that you got to worry about right now. Again, we're just in testing. But I can't give you guys details on it, but the ideas that the team has around like snow and winter. Like I asked Patrick, I was like, "Hey man, like, you know, what are your guys' idea for like winter?" Like, and he told me his idea, and I was like, "Bro, that is fucking genius." But we'll have to see, you know, when that will get in the game, whether it be during the testing, whether it be, you know, launch, whether it be post launch. We don't know, obviously. But they just trust me when they have some fucking cool ideas when it comes to winter. Yeah, I think you guys are gonna love it. I think the way that they plan on implementing it is just perfect. It's literally perfect. Has the driving got better? Yeah, the cars are a lot heavier in State of Decay 3. Um, the cars are a lot heavier. They're not as floaty and slick. They're not as whippy. They feel very grounded. Obviously, it's not Forza. It's still a zombie survival game, but the driving's good. I mean, it's as good as it needs to be in a zombie survival game, really. But the cars, yeah, they do have a lot more weight to them. They're heavier. Exactly. Yeah, they're not as light and airy as they were in State of Decay 2. You end up with one survivor for an extended period. Is there any way to get them rest, or would you not be able to? Yeah, I mean, there's if you're playing on one survivor and you want to keep using them, there's like consumables. At least there wasn't two. I actually don't know in this one if there's like, but yeah, you would like drink coffee and shit, and you could keep playing with. Eventually, though, you have to let the survivor rest because they're human, you know. But yeah, eventually you got to swap them out with somebody else. Yeah, so there is fatigue fighting consumables. So yeah, if you're playing with somebody and you want to keep playing on that person, you pop a consumable, and you can keep playing with that survivor. So SOD2 vehicles get stuck very easily off road. Is it the same in State of Decay 3? So I'm going to be honest with you guys. Obviously, they still have the stuck command. They still have the stuck command in this. So it's there's really no issue. But honestly, off-roading in 3, I actually have not gotten, I got my vehicle stuck one time and it was due to a bug, but I've never gotten my vehicle stuck off-road. I got my vehicle stuck one time though, and it was because of a bug. And but I used the stuck command, I was fine. I've never gotten stuck once. Not saying that it's not possible, trust me, because where there's a fucking will, y'all will find a way. You guys always find a way. I guarantee within the first day you guys are playing this, you're gonna have vehicles in a tree somehow. I've seen other people get vehicles stuck in like trees and shit, but I've personally never gotten a vehicle stuck. But I'm pretty sure there's probably people that have found a way for sure. There's always a way. Any way to passively level up survivors? So leveling survivors in this is a lot different. Where in 2, for instance, if you wanted cardio, you had to like run and you would like level up your cardio. And if you wanted witch, you had to level everything individually. Do you know what I mean? And in this one is different. There's just a level bar. As soon as you get a level, you get a point. You invest that point how you want to. It's that simple. So it's a lot easier. The second guy, yeah, guys, the second you guys see somebody coming in here saying, "Oh, the game's been in development for 9 years," we instantly know that person. No disrespect, y'all know me. No disrespect. I don't mean no disrespect, bro. But if somebody comes in here and says that State of Decay 3 has been in development for 9 years, how can I say this without, because no disrespect, bro, but you're kind of fucking stupid, dude. just a little bit. Because State of Decay 2 wasn't even out 9 years ago. But no disrespect. I'm not no disrespect, bro. Because a game can't be in development 9 years ago when the second one wasn't even out 9 years. But you know what I mean? That's just me, dude. But yeah, I'm not, y'all know, I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, bro. I'm just saying, speaking my mind, dude. Are the soundtracks good? So State of Decay 3, that's a really good question, actually. Because I always feel like sound design, music is like one of the unsung heroes of games. It's so underrated and underappreciated, in my opinion. The one thing I will say is the music in this game is phenomenal, and the one, there's even some of the tracks that sound like they're from State of Decay 2, so that it definitely has a very the music's super good, but the sound in this game is just good. It's just really, really good. The weapon sounds, the atmosphere sounds, like it just sounds really fucking solid, dude. Yo, Tal, thank you for the 2, bro. No disrespect equals your foot. Nah, dude, you know, I'm not calling anybody out, man. I would never do that, dude. Yeah, so the game was announced in 2020 for sure. 100% it was announced in 2020. It was. But the 2020 wasn't 8 years ago. But the Philip has already come out publicly and addressed the whole 2020 announcement, and he publicly stated that there was not a game when that announcement happened. So, but you know how people are. You know how people are. Simply, I did not mean to skip your super chat. I got you, bro. I got you. So Simple ask, do you know of any way someone could get into the beta test? For sure. So as for the beta testing, I don't know how exception works on that. Simple. There's no like guaranteed way. Just you go sign up for the alpha right now. Like make sure you go to Scylla. Can you post a link? I think I got to get that fucking link, man, for the damn thing. Can you post a link though? Make sure you guys go and actually, no bullshit. I got the link right here. I think. There it is. Thank you so damn much, bro. Bam. So there's a link right there. Make sure you go, you sign up for the alpha. Okay. When you sign up for the alpha, if you get accepted into the alpha, you ain't got to worry about anything. But that also goes for all the future testing. So make sure you guys sign up right now. And as the testing goes on, it's expanding. So like the next test, I know Patrick's hard at work already preparing for that to send out the invites for that. The next test is going to be bigger than the first one. So there's a good chance you might even end up in that test. And if you don't, as testing goes on, they get bigger. You know what I mean? So just make sure you guys go. If you want a chance to be in the alphas, the betas, all the testing going forward, just make sure you guys go sign up right now. And also make sure hey guys, listen. Make sure you guys wishlist the game. If you want to show extra love, wishlist it on all the. I've wishlisted it on PlayStation. I've wishlisted. I don't have an Xbox, so I can't wishlist on an Xbox. I've wishlisted it on PlayStation, and I've wishlisted it on Steam. So make sure you guys go and wishlist that game. Sean, thank you so much for the 5, dude. The Walking Dead can be like Negan and his community, bad guys, control over enclaves. Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool, being able to like rule the world with an iron fist, like be an asshole. Yeah, right now, obviously, the game is very focused on not being an asshole. But as for future potential asshole being, who knows? Maybe maybe the devs will allow you to role play your inner Negan Dal, thank you so much for the 5, brother. Yeah, I appreciate you, brother. You know I appreciate you. Nothing but love. Thank you for the super chat, bro. In currency, thank you for the 5, dude. Would the devs ever consider making fires useful, like using them for a lesser crafting station while on the run? Making. So I'm trying to envision what you're saying, currency, because right now the way the game works is you wouldn't really need that, because you could technically go into your base screen, have your community, like you're quote unquote radioing back to base. This is the lore behind it. Because if you go on your base screen, you could click on your pharmacy and you could make medication while you're away from base, which is kind of simulating you going on the radio and say, hey, can you guys make up some first aid kits? And then you could just go to an outpost and then just like pull it out of the locker. So for them to go ahead and like spend dev time on like creating like an additional crafting facility that you could like place outside of base, it sounds cool. It really does like thematically sound cool. But I think it would be a highly underused system that the devs would have to spend time making, that I don't feel like a lot of people would use personally. But I do see how it could be cool. But yeah, they don't, a lot of that stuff would just be made back at facilities. You would just go back to base and do it. Smoke, there's a lot of fake fans. Yeah, dude, that's one of the things I've noticed over the past few months when it comes to State of Decay. There's a lot of people that claim to be State of Decay 3, they're State of Decay fans, but seem to not really know much about the game. So I'm like, yeah. Have I played the multiplayer? The multiplayer is sick. Yeah, the multiplayer is really cool. I hope one day we could get some multiplayer footage out for you guys. We did work on a project. Me and Jay actually played together, worked on a little bit of footage, but the footage just wasn't. I personally I brought it up because I'm just kind of like that, but I just felt like the footage wasn't. If I want to showcase multiplayer to you guys, I wouldn't want that to be the footage to be the first thing you guys see for it. So I do feel like the multiplayer, I think, is something the world should see, because it's so fucking cool. And you don't really understand the scope of the multiplayer until you see it firsthand. So maybe in the future, you know, there could be a project or something put together by people so you guys could see what the multiplayer is like. But yeah, that original multiplayer footage, it just wasn't it. It wasn't it personally. I wouldn't want to stand next to that. Does the game currently have Lethal Zone exclusive variants? So no, that's one of the things that are different in this is there are new like variants of the zombies, but they're just like the new variants you're going to meet are throughout all the difficulties. Now, do they plan on adding more later on down the road, like different variants of zombies? We'll have to see. That's definitely possible. As of right now, they're focusing on, you know, fleshing out the new variants they're already working on. But yeah, the new variants are already fresh. They're already new. You guys are going to have to learn how to play around them, how to deal with them. And who knows, you might learn them just in time for them to add something new and fuck yeah, get you learning all over again, right? All right. Yeah, they'll give you enough time to sit there and learn what's there, and then boom, hit you with an update or something and slap you with something new that you got to learn all over again, right? But yeah, trust me, before you guys are worrying about new zombie types, you gotta learn the ones that are already here. I promise you, you guys are gonna get your asses handed to you for a little bit, because it's a little bit of a learning curve especially from 2. If a lot of you guys, I see in a lot of those hours you guys were typing that you played State of Decay 2. So I'm going to be honest with you. I think new players, people who have never played State of Decay, are going to have an easier time playing State of Decay than all of you guys with 1,000+ hours. And the reason why I say this is because you guys are like me. We're like stubborn old men, right? Who are so stuck in our old ways that when the game comes out and you start playing it, you're gonna approach it with a State of Decay 2 mindset, and you're gonna get humbled real quick. Because that's how I was. I just went into everything like it was State of Decay 2, and I was humbled real quick. Yeah, so all of you State of Decay vets are probably gonna have the hardest time adjusting, because you're gonna be like, oh, bloater, and then you're gonna have your State of Decay 2 bloater reaction, and then you're gonna get fucked up. Say, the same thing with Pharaoh's. Like, you're gonna get jacked up. Yeah, there's going to be a good bit of shit for you guys to unlearn, for sure. 100%. You're going to have to unlearn some stuff and learn some new stuff, because it's a different game. It really is. You got to approach things a lot different than you would in SOD2. And it's fun though, because I think that's the best part of it, right? Is like, as a State of Decay veteran, after a while, the game just kind of feels like nothing surprises you anymore, So I think that's the best thing about the third game now. It's just like when you go in, it feels fresh. I'm happy that things are different, because it's like I get to learn the game again. I get to experience that fresh new State of Decay experience again. That we all want to relive. That State of Decay, that first time you guys played State of Decay 1, or that first time you guys played State of Decay 2, and you got to experience, like, you can't ever experience that again. And it's a shame, because I feel like that's like, it was the best time, you know what I mean? But for 3, I feel like a lot of you guys are going to be able to relive that again. You're going to have that fresh, new, brand new experience. And it's honestly, it was fucking awesome. Now, obviously, I've been playing the game a ton. Some of that's gone away, but it's still, the devs are adding so much new shit with every update. It's like, for me, I still get to experience some fresh stuff. A lot of you guys keep talking about Daybreak. Y'all really like Daybreak? The fuck? Daybreak was all right, but that shit was pretty boring after like 4 runs, dude. Yo, y'all really like Daybreak, dude? For real? So are you guys asking for Daybreak, or are you asking for like a Daybreak style, like wave horde base defense game mode? Because I think like a base defense game mode would be cool, where like you're at a base and then all of a sudden they just keep sieging you. I think like a horde defense game, I get it, but I don't know. I'm not much of a horde mode guy. Like, it's not really my thing. I farmed the shit out of Daybreak because it had some amazing rewards, but I don't know. I just want a more dynamic siege system. Yeah. So yeah, Daybreak was all right, guys, but I don't know. I just did it because I had to. I'm just being honest, dude. Like I said, you know what I did enjoy Daybreak on our multiplayer stream nights. I did. But you know what I think would be even funner than Daybreak? Is if it's on if I did multiplayer stream nights and I just brought you guys random players in and we went and cleared plague nests. Like a stage 3 plague nest. I think would be way funner than Daybreak. Multiplayer. I think if we all just got together, did some multiplayer nest runs, I think that'd be so much funner than multiplayer Daybreak. So Coke asks a very good question. So Coke asks, the game feels empty. I know the map is huge, but is it an empty sandbox? Not expecting every nook and cranny to be full, but just not empty. So the map is big, for sure. The map is big, but the map is, I wouldn't say empty by any means. Like, there's areas that are just woods and forest, but that's because like, let's just use another map for an example, another ridiculously huge map like Daisy. Daisy has a huge map, but look at how much of Daisy's map is just woods and forest. You know what I mean? Like there's tons of it that is just woods and forest. Then you got towns because they scalped, however you fucking say. I don't care, chat. I'm a fucking idiot, dude. Whatever. They molded the map to resemble real world locations, like how worlds are set up with, you know, you have rural, you have you know, woods and shit like that. Then you have more suburby areas. You have more like farmlandy areas, and you have more like dense population. It's kind of, you got a little bit of everything. And that's exactly how this map is. You know what I mean? It's, you have woods like the real world. You have suburbs like stop, Brian, stop. Chill, bro. Oh my fucking God. Pause the goddamn video. This is perfect. You see the timing, chat? Like, so for instance, like this is like kind of zoomed out so you guys can't even see it, but like everywhere. So there's a big town here. There's a 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 town here. And Holy is up here. There's a town here. So those are all pretty good sized towns throughout the map. There's a suburb area here. And like there is areas of the map where it's more rural. Like you're going to come up into areas like this. You're going to find like farmhouses and shit. You're going to come down to the southern part of the map here. You're going to find like a lot of campgrounds, kind of like State of Decay 1, like Trumbull Valley, where like Marcus and Edward, like you'll find like huge RV parks down there with like campsites and like all types of like camping shit. And that's how the map is set up. And then you have like woods, but in a lot of this, there are things. There's little set dresses and stories and things that's all over the map. So yes, there is open area that doesn't have anything in it, like just trees and woods with like maybe some sheds and things like that. But there are honestly, some of those off the beaten path locations, you go and you'll find like a cool little location that might have a component case, which you'll get an advanced component out of it because you went out of the way to go loot a location that really was kind of off the beaten path. So yeah, there's a reason to search the map, but yeah, there is some, what you could call a dead zone area where it's just kind of trees and woods and stuff like that. But you can't have just stuff every square inch of the map. That just realistically wouldn't make sense. You know what I mean? So I see two really good questions before I get to flags 53. Alpharius asks, can you turn off hit markers? Brother, I swear I asked, the devs are tracking. Patrick has already put it in the file that it is something people want to see. So it's already being tracked as something that can be turned on and off. Because I asked, it was like instantly too, because I remember me and Patrick, we were doing a play test, and I just kind of came out and I was like, hey, Patrick, is there a way to turn off these hit markers? And he was like, actually, you know what? Nobody's ever even brought that up before. And I was just like, yeah, I was like, I don't know. I prefer to like be able to turn them off, you know, I like them. And he was like, yeah. And so he took note, but yeah, I brought that shit up like 8 months ago. I was like, hey man, is there any way we can turn these off? So yeah, it's already being tracked. It's already being tracked for sure. But Cams, thank you for the 5, dude. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. So if I miss some jewels too, I appreciate y'all. Y'all are superheroes, man. But Cam with the 5 says, also, will there be inner-based relationships, negative or positive, like Into the Dead style? So again, Cam, we kind of talked about that earlier. I answered the same question. People were asking about relationships and like between your survivor stories and things like that, like personal survivor goals. As of right now, the devs are working on that type of stuff. So that's not anything that I can really talk about because I don't know. The team they're working on traits and survivors. Like that's something that the team is, missions and all that stuff is stuff the team is actively working on. Now, do I think it's going to be to the level of like Into the Dead, Our Darkest Days? I don't know. Like that game is very much like that's the whole point of the game. And you know how obviously how that game is built and designed, it's a lot easier for them to kind of have those super in-depth systems because it's not an open world 3D, you know, action community survival game. So it's a lot easier for them to have that type of stuff. But as I know the team knows we want to see more when it comes to like survivors and things like that. So will outposts be customizable? In which way? Because right now outposts are outposts. I don't know what you mean by customizable though. The map is big. I know it doesn't look big. We did a breakdown of this, just the scale, like the zooming in and zooming out. The whole entire video that I made, this gameplay video, guys, just so you know, that whole video, everywhere I was driving, only took place in this. That's it. I was literally in this little area. I didn't even go out of this town. I didn't really go down this road, and I really didn't go up. All of that video, all of those locations and places I was looting and doing everything, I literally was in this area right here, like within this circle. I didn't even go over here, actually. Let me do it. Oh, no, I went over here a little bit because that's where the water outpost was. But yeah, let me see. I can run it back a little bit to the zoomed in version. I literally was just right here. This is that area that I just circled. Is this? As you can see, like the zoom in scale is pretty ridiculous in this game. Where's the fire station? The fire station is right here. Right to it's like here's the town I was in. The fire station's right here. Fire station base. Let's say we have people 1, 2, 3, and 4 in multiplayer world. Can a 5th person join in the multiplayer world if somebody isn't available, or do you? So let me see if I'm explaining this right. I am under the impression that it's not locked to the 4 people. So like say you do have 4 people locked in on your save. One person can't come play today, but your other buddy can come play. I'm pretty sure he can come and still play. I think that's how it works. I know it's very, very flexible, the multiplayers. Very, very flexible. But I don't think it's like if you make a world of 4 players, like it's locked to those 4 players. Nobody else can ever play on that save again. I don't think it's restricted like that. But I'll get clarification. But I'm pretty sure it's not that restrictive. Okay. So yes. So you can depermission if your buddy can't be there, you can depermission them. You can have another person fill in for them. And then you could remove that person and put your buddy back on. You can swap the people as you see fit. Yes. So if you have buddies, that 2 people that just aren't playing up, you can remove them and then add 2 new people. You can swap people in and out. So Flag with the 53 said, what if the multiplayer had its own thing, like a shared community server where you collect and share resources? I thought about doing that, Flag. Yeah, I thought about doing something like that. I'm going to have some kind of multiplayer community type of deal going on the channel for sure. I don't know if like every night, maybe we'll just bring some new people in that can help out. We'll kind of see, maybe I'll swap out people every hour. We'll figure something out. We'll get something going for like signups and shit like that. But yeah, I definitely want to do some community multiplayer type shit. And Casey asks, thank you for the 7 months, Casey, especially Hardened Survivor. I do appreciate that. Casey asks, can you grab and throw zombies? Grab and throw is not a thing. Zombie bowling is not a thing at the moment in State of Decay 3, no. It was the biggest nerf to my play style. I had to relearn how to play the fucking game. And you know what was wild is starting to play State, it took me until I started playing State of Decay 3 to realize how dependent my play style was on grabbing zombies and just throwing them into other zombies. Like I literally felt like an idiot. Like I couldn't play the game. So I had to like relearn and actually learn how to fight like normal. So as of right now on release, State of Decay 3 will be only 1 map on release. Whether the devs plan on expanding this map or building other additional maps, we don't know. We'll have to see the direction. Obviously, they have so many options on where they could go. They could obviously expand this map. They could, add more to this, or they could go the multi-map route like they did in 2. It's really up in the air on how they want to do it. So we'll just kind of have to see. But as of right now, the plan is ship with one map. Trust me, you'll have more than your hands full with just this one map, for sure. How am I liking the game compared to State of Decay 2? I can't play State of Decay 2 anymore, dude. The State of Decay 3 has ruined State of Decay 2 for me personally. I love State of Decay 2. I have a crazy amount of hours in that game. I have crazy amount of footage in that game. But after spending so much time in 2, like, dude, I look forward to the day I could just stream 3, bro. Because, yeah, it's like, I can't even fathom streaming 2 again. I don't look forward to it, man. Because people are like, oh, you're doing more 2 before 3 drops? And I'm like, oh, hopefully not. Yo, there's a mad Sasquatch love in the chat, bro. Why is there so many of you guys that want to see Sasquatch again? Y'all don't want... Chat, hold on. All right. So if you had a choice, and this is just, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Yo, Mad W, Sasquatch is the GOAT. So if you had a choice to see Lily Ritter or Sasquatch in State of Decay 3, which one would you prefer to see? Because he's the OG. Chat, Sasquatch or Lily, bro? I mean, I'm team Sasquatch, honestly, bro. But I think it'd be cool to see Lily. Yo, my bad. I should have said Marcus. I should have said Marcus, dude. I do. Yo, Marcus is okay, whatever. Sasquatch is a monster, bro. Yeah, he's fucking awesome, dude. Yo, yo, chat. Could you imagine? I could imagine the hype. Like if Sasquatch were to make an appearance or if Marcus were to make an appearance in State of K3, I do think like that would be the fucking hype moment for like a lot of y'all would be like, what the fuck? Yeah, or a Maya, like a Maya, Sasquatch, or Marcus. I feel like, yeah, if any of those reared it showed it in State of K3, that'd be a huge fucking, yeah, I definitely think people would go nuts. I would geek out a little bit. I don't give a shit. Ray died, bro. Ray Santos can't be, he died, bro. My boy had cancer. He died, dude. Well, I was saying if you could only pick one. All right, chat. Because I know all, well, how about we just get all of them? I'm saying if you had to pick one, who would it? Yo, Sam would be cool. I mean, I think any of the cast from the first game would be super cool. Yeah, any of them, honestly, would be super cool. Maybe Ray could come back as he comes back, he's the fucking boss. Yeah, I listen. Y'all know how I feel about Ray Santos. Don't get me because I don't want no disrespect, okay? Y'all know how I feel about Ray. So will State of Decay 3 have a lot of cars and stuff blocking the roads? Because I found it really annoying in State of Decay 2 to drive around. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if the devs like heard that a lot, but there's still points where you're gonna have to circumvent vehicles. But yes, the roads are a lot clearer in my opinion in State of Decay 3 than 2. But there are areas you're gonna go into that are like more like the towns, like congested areas, that you're still very much gonna have to circumvent vehicles, 100 fucking percent. But for the most part, a lot of the roads are pretty nice and open for sure. Yeah, I don't think you guys will find it because the map's a lot bigger, guys. Mm. Yeah, good point. So Yeah. So you guys won't have to worry about it being as bad as it was in State of Decay 2, where yeah, because I got it from a good source that there was certain technical limitations in place in 2 that had to require the team to kind of put those blocks so you didn't drive super fast because the game was having a hard time keeping up. So they had to put these artificial things in to kind of slow you down as a player so you weren't just zipping across the map at Mach 10. But State of Decay 3 doesn't suffer from those same limitations. So yeah, you're going to find circumventing the map is a lot easier going from point to point. But again, there are certain parts of the map that are quite like, but it makes sense. It definitely makes sense when you go into the areas where you're going to see the roads are blocked up pretty good. Yeah, you're gonna be, oh shit, yeah, I might have to actually get out my car and go in on foot type of deal. There's a few areas, I think like in Caroline, I don't even think you can get a car through the one side there. It's pretty fucking jammed up, dude. But yeah, it's nice. It's thematic. Like, you'll pull up, you'll be like, oh shit, this whole thing's fucking blocked off. You got to get out, going on foot. Yeah. But Mr. Vibes asks, will zombies climb things now? And you can't. So because it's been shown, I kind of beat around the bush with that question quite a bit because at the time there was no gameplay that really showed the zombies, but I know in my gameplay, zombies can 100% climb, guys. There's no more hiding on top of vehicles. Yeah, there's no more getting up and standing up there and then just being. They will just climb up after you and beat your shit. Like yes, like I know you guys seen it in my first gameplay. Like I was up on top of a roof and they scaled up these boxes. They came up the side of the boxes and then just started running at me. They were coming up. They ran up the ramps. They were jumping through the windows. If you're up somewhere, they will try to find a way to get to you. 100%. I had a motherfucking juggernaut. I climbed up on top of a container at one of the slaughterhouse PL. I climbed up on top of a fucking container, dude, because of the juggernaut. And he came up there. He was up on the fucking container. I was like, what? So I jumped down, bro. Yeah. So there's no more cheese. A lot of the like I said, Patrick has made it his mission to nerf most of the cheesy tactics from State of Decay 2. Now, again, you might learn some new cheese, but a lot of the stuff that you're used to cheesing in 2 it ain't gonna work, dude. Yeah, so you gotta find a new way to get out of there. Yeah, no cheese, guys. No cheese, but it's a good thing. I think you guys, again, it's gonna get you guys sweating a little bit, That's why I was saying a lot of you State of Decay 2 vets are going to have a hard time because your reaction, you're going to be like, oh shit, Farrell's coming. You're going to jump up on top of something and his ass is just coming right up there after you, bro. No disrespect, but I will find cheese. Oh, 100%. I guarantee the game won't even be out for 24 hours before you guys are cheesing, dude. You guys are going to you guys always find a way to cheese shit. Is the game harder than 2? Yes, very much so. But within reason. It's very much difficulty dependent, but I would say overall, like standard zone of State of Decay 2 versus standard zone State of Decay 3, I would definitely say State of Decay 3 is ultimately the harder game, without a doubt. Like I could with confidence say State of Decay 3 is the harder game. In a good way though. It's not harder as in like a lot of the things that make it harder are very interesting. But yeah, ultimately, I would say State of Decay 3 is definitely the harder game. So no gunslinging, no climbing, no. I showed you guys in this. You can't just back into the zombies with the car infinitely like you used to. It was like the battering ram, the infinite battering ram. That's been super nerfed. What else is some more cheese? I'll let you guys know right now if the cheese is still here, if I can. If it's within something I could talk about. What's some more cheese that we could talk about, guys? Yeah, there's no zombie bowling cheese. There's no more dodging through the zombies with the rear execution cheese. What about exiting to the main menu and logging back in to despawn the Zed's cheese? Ooh. So the one thing I will say is the one cheese they did get rid of is leaving the area. Like you spawn in a bunch of zombies, you get in your car, leave, get out of render, come back. and then the zombies despawn. That doesn't exist in 3. If you leave the area and you come back, the zombies are still gonna fucking be there. That cheese got. But as for the going back, closing the game and despawning the zombies and logging back on, dude, I don't know if they got rid of that, but shit, I'll add it to the list. I don't know. That's kind of hard because when you turn the game on and off, that cheese might still exist. Have any of you guys really done? You guys really done that before? Like you had like a bunch of zombies are killing the shit out of you, and you just like exit to main menu. People, let me see. All right, no judgment, judgment free zone, chat, judgment free zone. Let me see some W's in the chat if y'all have gone back to main menu at least once. I've never done it a single time. I could think of a situation I would consider it, like with, I have Emily, my favorite survivor from State of Decay 2. If I was in a situation where she might die, I probably would have considered it. All F for that bitch. Well, I think you would have to log out before your survivor died, because I'm pretty sure if your survivor dies as you're logging out, they're gonna be dead. So you would have to be like, I mean, I guess it's kind of a skill, dude. Yeah, that'd be a little bit of a skill. You'd have to log out pretty fast. Okay, so what about the closing the door on the feral attack cheese? So Blue Snake, I wouldn't say the feral door knockdown was cheese. That was skill, bro. That was skill. Yeah, timing a door open to hit the feral, that's more of a, I would say that's more skill based. What do you guys think? Cheese or skill? Oh, let me see in the chat right now. Hitting the feral with the door, cheese or skill? I would consider that skill. Or luck. It's a cheesy skill. Fair enough. You know what I've done though before, guys? I've closed the door, right? Because the feral's coming. You close the door and then the feral just jumps through the fucking window, doesn't even go through the door. Just through the glass. Yeah, so a lot of you guys think it's skill. Some of you guys saying it falls into the realm of skillful cheese. Fair enough. How's the music in 3? It's good. Yeah, the music's really good. Yeah, so all vehicles can still push through hordes of zombies, 100%. But the one cool feature they added, and it's hard to explain, because obviously I can't explain a feeling to you guys, but it's like there's definitely, you can feel the resistance now when you hit zombies. Like it's there's very much an impact there. You know what I mean? It's not like 2 where when you hit a zombie, it just kind of evaporate and you just kind of fling through them like nothing. In 3, whether you're backing into them, you're hitting them head on, even when you hit them with the door, like you can feel it. There's a lot of weight to the actual action. Like when you hit a zombie with the door, it's like boom. You know what I mean? You hit them with the front. There's a lot of friction there. You can feel it. Am I in the game? I am not in the game. But you know what's crazy is I actually I took a screenshot. I did find a character model that looked like me with no beard. Yeah, he did look like me with no beard, but it's not me. It's not me. But I did find one that did look like me with no beard. So Pagan, I already have my other gameplay video. My first one. It's 72 minutes of exclusive State of Decay 3 gameplay. If you go click on that video, I have 73 minutes of exclusive gameplay where I showcase the map, all that. Are some survivors good looking? I thought y'all didn't think Yeah, I thought Chris here was a fucking awesome looking survivor. Yeah, she got like a fucking scar on her face. It's super dope. I thought she was an awesome looking survivor. Then we had all my survivors look decent, bro. I had my boy Wesley here. He was wearing the frames. I was trying to go for like a schizo vibe with him. I don't know why, because I fucking hate schizo. But I was trying to get like a schizo vibe with this dude. I don't know. He's just giving me that schizo energy, right? So we had him, and then I had Jesus. Somebody corrected me in the chat or in the comments. He's looking good. He's got a beard, nice little jacket there. I think he came out looking. And then my boy Hammer, right? Hammer he got a nice little beard, rocking the hoodie with the camo. I thought all my survivors looked freaking dope. Do the portraits update according to clothing? You know what is crazy, Rube? It does, bro. The portraits actually change. And you know what's crazy is we were talking with Patrick about it, and it's actually very expensive for the team to make that happen. But yes, the fucking portraits as of right now change based on the clothes you're wearing. It's fucking crazy, dude. Yeah. And it's little details like I wouldn't even notice, dude. I wouldn't even notice. But somebody pointed it out. They were like, "Oh shit!" But yeah, if you look, all the survivors up here in the portraits are representative of to what they're wearing and actually wearing. Remove his hat. Why you trying to do my boy like that? What do you do? Why are you trying to do my boy like that? What, you think he got a receding hairline? No, Hammer is that guy. He's fine. So the time quests, like spam, the quests are done very different in State of Decay 3. Yeah, again, a lot of your guys' mindset of how you, like, how do I put this? Almost all of the pain points from State of Decay 2 do not exist in this game. Now, granted, the game might have its own pain points, but any issues that you guys had with State of Decay 2, the way the missions were designed, the way most of that shit has been addressed, like almost all of it. It's a very different game. And that's one of the hardest things to really push home to you guys is like how much different it really is when you play it. Because a lot of you guys are used to so much of the State of Decay 2 systems and how that game worked. You got to pretty much unlearn all of that because this game does not play like that whatsoever. Do characters have receding hairlines? They actually do. Yeah, they just like me. Yeah, 100%. You can get some survivors with some recedes. It's in a good way, 100%. Oh yeah, 100% in a good way. A lot of those friction points have been addressed. But yeah, you got to unlearn a lot of that, like how the enclaves were set up. Because I know people are like, oh, fuck, man. Like, that was so stupid. In State of Decay 2, like, when you wanted to recruit an enclave, you could only recruit one of the people, and the other the two out of the three dudes in the shed ran off, and then you could only grab one of them. Like, that is completely different in 3. Like, that recruitment doesn't exist. It's completely different. Yo, you know what's wild, Dan? So many people are like, yo, State of Decay 3 looks like State of Decay 2. And I'm like, either A, just a heads up for you guys. If you don't know, on your internet browser, you can go into the settings and turn on, GPU acceleration or hardware acceleration. GPU hardware acceleration in your internet browser. If you don't have it turned on, make sure you go on your internet browser and you turn on GPU hardware acceleration. Because if not, you're going to get some choppy ass booty looking YouTube videos. It just is what it is. A lot of people don't notice. A lot of people don't notice. So if you don't know, go, if you're on Google Chrome, if you're on something, go make sure you turn on your GPU hardware acceleration on your internet browser. All right. And I guarantee you'll go back on a YouTube video and it's going to change your life. It's going to change your life. But there are a lot of people that are like, oh, yo, State of Decay 3 looks like State of Decay 2. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you looking at, bro? Because I swear, chat, I'm actually gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a fucking comparison video, dude. I'm gonna make a comparison video. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get with the devs. I'm gonna make a fucking straight up comparison video because it is embarrassingly different. Yo, thank you, hey Dan Mac, thank you so much, dude. I'm gonna make a legitimate fucking comparison video. Just to, because then you can't argue that, bro. You can't argue side by side. It is, you can't. I think that's what needs. I think at some point I gotta. The thing is I gotta go through. I gotta comb through the footage and I gotta try to recreate so we can do a proper side by side. Because I don't think the team's gonna let me like record new footage for a fucking comparison video. So we're gonna have to like figure out. I'll just have to get. I'll figure it out. Well, if they're not talking about graphics, then I really fruits. That's worse, bro. So listen, guys, listen. I don't know who these people think they are. Okay, listen. No disrespect. I don't claim to be the messiah of fucking State of Decay. Hear me out. Listen. I do not claim to be the messiah of State of Decay. I don't even claim to be the best player. But the one thing I will say is I've played a lot of State of Decay. Okay? So if they're not talking about the graphics and they're referring to gameplay, that's worse, bro, because you would have to be actually, no disrespect, bro. No disrespect. But if you cannot see the difference between systems in 2 and 3, I'm not even going to say it. I've played a lot of State of Decay. My fucking wife, who doesn't even play video games, I could sit her down. I could get my fucking mother, who doesn't even know what a goddamn video game is, to sit down and watch a comparison video and be, oh shit, yeah, those are very different games. Like, if they're comparing systems, how many, okay, if they're the same game, how many bases can you man at one time in State of Decay 2? I'm legit asking, not as a smart. How many bases can you man in State of Decay 2? You can man 3 in State of Decay 3. Okay, already different. All right, that's just one thing. Harvest sites, outposts, completely different in State of Decay 3. Completely different. Facility upgrades, completely different. Survivors and how they level and upgrade, completely different. Plague nests in the whole plague system is completely different. Looting is completely different. Gun customization is completely different. The combat is different. I want to say completely different, but it's different. Crafting is completely different. Like, there's weather in the game. That is different. The vehicles and vehicle customization is completely different. So at the end of the day, I just named, I can literally go over every single system and tell you the difference between them. Oh my God. Multiplayer is completely different. That's probably actually the most different thing of the entire game. Multiplayer, 4-player untethered co-op where you and your buddies can all live in different bases. 36 survivors. Everybody has their own survivors. No tether. But it's the same game. It's the same game. So that's why anytime I see that comment, I'm like, Bruh. Come on. Come on, dude. Yeah, maybe people are saying that because they're trying to bait me to like talk about something I'm not supposed to talk about. But geez, I just named what 12 different systems that are completely different. But that's the thing is, there's it's still familiar when you look at the game. It still looks like State of Decay, and that is a good thing in my opinion, because the last thing you want to do is look at it and be like, what the fuck is this? It's still going to play like a state. You want it to, us State of Decay fans still want the game to be State of Decay. So yes, when you look at it where it's like all the systems are different, but it does still look like State of Decay. Anybody that plays State of Decay can look at it and say, yo, that's State of Decay. Like I could tell just by the survivors. I could tell just by the, like, you could look at it and say, yo, I know that's State of Decay. And that is a good thing, I think. Just like if you look at Dead Space, you could look at the Dead Space game 1, 2, and 3, but yeah, that's Dead Space. That's Dying Light. That's The Last of Us. Like you could just tell by looking at the game what it is. And yeah, that's how it is with State of Decay. Like, yeah, so I won't take that away from people. You look at the game, you can tell that it's a State of Decay game, but if they're not referring to the graphics and they're trying to say the systems are the same, like, bro, you actually, no disrespect. I'm not even gonna say it, bro. No disrespect. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I think sequels and things need to do is they need to take what made the game good and elevate it, make it better. So take the base system, make it better. But a lot of the people that I see complaining about the bases, and I get it because I've gone back and forth with players on this, and I've gone back and forth with viewers on this, is some people, when it comes to base building, I don't know why people want this, but and I know there's, and I'm not trying to disrespect. This is the actual, like, no disrespect, chat. I'm not trying to disrespect any of your guys' taste in bases. I despise, and it might be because all I play is fucking survival games, but I despise modular base building, guys. I despise it. It's just so fucking cookie cutter, boring bullshit. Chopping down trees, building a fucking fancy looking box, putting some chests inside of it. Like, I can't do it anymore, dude. I'm so beyond modular base building. It actually disgusts me. Like, I'm over it. I'm just fucking over it. So that is the thing about State of Decay that I've always appreciated is it doesn't have modular base building. I'm not, you know what I mean? There's no modular base building. The bases are very unique. It's different than any other survival game out there. But then you get all these people that are like, dude, I want to be able to build a base anywhere. No, I don't want that. Fuck. Stop it, dude. Nobody wants that. But there are people that want it, so I get it. But I hate it, dude. I hate modular base building. It's so fucking cookie cutter, dude. And it's in every game. All the damn games have it, bro. DayZ has it. Fucking every survival game that exists has the same box building modular base BS. And State of Decay was the only game that did something different. Actually, I take that back. There's a couple games that do it a little different, but most of them have modular base building. And that's what I loved about State of Decay's base building. It was just different. But then everybody just wants this game to turn into every other game and have the same base building as every other game. And I'm like, bro, no, bro. Like, God, I don't want to cut no damn trees, bro. I'm over it, dude. I'm not trying to cut a damn tree down right now. But I get it. And again, I actually am not trying to disrespect anybody that likes that system. I understand. I think it's the idea of freedom, of being able to build your base wherever you want. I 100% respect that as an idea. I just don't think that fits in State of Decay. It's never been in State of Decay. State of Decay bases have never been like that. They've always been predetermined locations that were unique, you know, that told stories and whatever, you know. And that's just how they've always been. In the first game, they were like that in the second game, and they're like that in the third game. So I get people that want it, but I'm just saying it's just not, for me personally, it's just not a State of Decay thing, dude. Anderson, what's up, brother? How you doing tonight? And yo, Jet. Hey, brother, thank you so much for the duels, bro. I appreciate you, dude. And Dan, hey, brother, thank you for the high five, dude. I appreciate the jewels, brother. Anderson, how you doing, man? Anderson, I don't like base building, bro. No, I mean, I am the base builder 9000. I just don't like it in my State of Decay. In other games, it's okay. Not in State of Decay, though. I don't, it's not my thing. So somebody asked the question, do followers use ammo? So I actually had somebody in the Discord ask me that. Followers work the same way they do in 2. So your followers, they have guns equipped. They just shoot the guns that they have. I don't know if the devs plan on changing this. I think it would be a little tedious if they did. But right now, it's the same way your survivors have infinite ammo. Now, I explained this in Discord because somebody didn't like the idea of that. They thought it was cheesy. But I'm going to tell you right now, if State of Decay 3 did not have infinite ammo on your survivors, imagine this. This would be your life. Say you have a base of 36 survivors that you would constantly have to individually go in their inventories and fill them up with ammo as the dumbasses go and shoot at every single zombie outside of the base. And you would have to replenish that ammo across 36 survivors across 3 bases manually. Do you know? So it would turn the game into ammo crafting simulator. Like, so if y'all want to play ammo crafting simulator, I could see maybe like that being you might, I wouldn't have fun with that. I think it would be very tedious because you would, at that point, then the devs would have to add a way for you to 100% control whether they shoot or not. And then people will just unequip the guns, but then it's like, okay, well then I have to still manually equip and unequip guns and manually put the ammo. I'm not trying to min-max like that. I'm just, not personally, but I know some people love min-maxing. They want to control everything. I personally find that shit boring as hell, and I would not want that. So as of right now, that is not a feature. Hopefully it stays that way, but who knows? Shit, they could fucking change it in the next thing and say, yeah, you actually gotta put ammo on survivors, but yeah, a whole game focused on making bullets for the entire city. That's what it would become, dude. You just, yeah, nonstop making bullets, bro. As of right now, you can only have 1 follower. Yeah, you have 1 follower with you. Inventory sizes have been expanded, obviously. So 2 inventories at 24, or 2 inventories at 12, 24 slots. It's really, really nice. The people keep asking the competence level of the followers is pretty solid. The AI followers in this are quite good. They shoot reliably, where in 2, I don't know why, but they would always resort to melee. Like they would just run in and then resort to melee. In this, your survivors sneak when you sneak. They shoot very, very well, and they melee when they're supposed to. They're very competent for the most part. I haven't had any issues with them. I don't know why I didn't do it, because I'm actually a fan of bringing followers with me in 3. They're not liabilities in this one like they were in 2. So I will tell you right now, even on Lethal Zone, bringing a follower with you is actually meta. Yeah, I would say it's kind of meta because they act as a distraction sometimes. So they'll kind of aggro some shit for you, so you're not kind of face tanking everything on your own. So I would say in State of Decay 3, having followers with you is very, very viable. Yeah, so they do what you do. So like if you're crouching, you're sneaking, they crouch, they sneak. If you're in there meleeing, they run in, they're meleeing. If you're sitting there shooting, they sit there and shoot. The AI, obviously the team's still working on the AI. They get stuck sometimes. Some of the areas are quite hard to traverse. So they'll get stuck sometimes, but for the most part, the AI is pretty solid. But they got a lot of work to do on the AI, obviously. But they're in a good place. They're already way better than State of Decay 2's AI, 100%, dude. There's outposts in State of Decay 3. They're just different. Yeah, there's harvest sites and outposts. They're 2 separate things. So harvest sites give you resources. Outposts allow you to swap survivors, and they allow you to swap your survivors and store resources. Prince, I'm doing good tonight, man. Because we had people because I actually brought that up as one of my things. I was like, hey, do you think we could get more than 1 follower? Like, have 2, 3 survivors on single player? Do you think I could get like 2 or 3 other people follow me so I can kind of create like little hunting parties and shit? And it was explained to me like how AI works in video game and how with video games and how expensive it is to actually have like AI following you, because there's so much code that goes into what AI to like what they have to do, like pathing and shooting and you know, because they have to have some type of intelligence to do what you do. And now imagine spreading that across 3 other survivors. That's a lot for the game to manage, on top of throwing a bunch of zombies at you, you know, loot containers, buildings, set drive. Like there's a lot of shit the game has to try to do all at once. And unless all you guys got 4090 supercomputers, it's a lot. It's very demanding on your system to try to process and register all that shit. That's why if you look at a lot of games that have like multi AI games like Ghost Recon and shit like that, there's not a lot going on. Most of the times the enemies are very static, and even your team is quite static. They don't really do anything on their own. They do what you tell them, and they're very simple commands. Where here, the survivors kind of, they do. Like if you go down, they'll run up and resuscitate you. You know what I mean? Like they have I mean, they do that in Ghost Recon too, but like I said, it's very, very different games. There's not 100 zombies on screen in Ghost Recon. But yeah, there's a lot going on the way it was explained. But I definitely was one of the people that kind of asked, like, hey, do you think at some point we might be able to see more AI followers? So who knows? Maybe in the future. But as of right now, it's just one AI follower. Yeah, Doug was the GOAT. But again, you will find survivors in the world too. That you can go do stuff with. And I think a lot of you guys are going to find that to be interesting, because it blew me away, man. All of a sudden you'll be in town, you'll hear gunshots, bam, bam, bam. You're like, what the fuck is that? You go over, there's a survivor fighting some zombies off. You go up to him, hey, what's up? And he's like, hey, man, actually, my buddy went down over in this infestation. Can you fucking help me go save him? And you're just like, I got you, dude. And you both hop off, you go, and it's cool. And it's just a random dude you met in the world, you know? But yeah, it's cool. I really like the direction they're going with the missions and the AI, because it makes the world feel a little bit more alive. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. It's just there's other people there. They're not as static. Like in State of Decay 2, they were very static. Like when there was people in the world, they were just boom. They spawned in. And they were just kind of standing in the building. But in this, they'll walk around, they'll fight the zombies naturally. Like it's pretty cool. Yeah, 3 dudes in the shed, bro. 3 dudes in the shed. Hey, Johnny, thank you for the 5, bro. Will there be any form of legacy survivors when starting a new run after beating the game? Again, I kind of talked about that before, Johnny. That's all still being fleshed out right now. Like the team's currently fleshing out what that end game loop is going to look like when it comes to like legacy survivors, starting new communities, things like that. That's all still pretty much getting bounced back and forth. It's not a system I'm familiar with yet. I haven't got to get my hands in that yet, so I can't even speak on it. But I know that's something that the team's very much invested in right now, is fleshing out those type of systems and shit. There's a lot of systems that they're still currently finishing up, buttoning up, getting ready for testing. Dave, thank you so much for the 5 that says, do you think there's a chance we could see the breakdown game mode return? So I don't think we'll ever see breakdown return, only because, Dave, breakdown was a solution to a problem, a State of Decay 1 problem. So the breakdown game mode was a solution because in State of Decay 1, we talked about this earlier. State of Decay 1 had a very linear story that you could not avoid. You had to play through it every single time you played the game. That shit burns you out after a while. You know, it was just the same thing every single time. There wasn't a whole lot of dynamicness to the game in State of Decay 1. So breakdown was the developer's solution to fixing that very specific problem. Then when State of Decay 2 came out, the team already knew that created an issue. So they incorporated the game mode breakdown into, if you want to be real, State of Decay breakdown was kind of the birth, the father of modern day State of Decay. like the systems-based gameplay, was kind of birthed from that breakdown game mode. So yeah, you're not going to see a separate game mode because that game mode is kind of been incorporated already into the game. You know what I mean? Any chance they release State of Decay 3 early access? I don't know about that. I mean, sometimes Xbox games go game previews and stuff like that, but I don't know about that. Will there be NPC enemy friendly settlements? So as of right now, all of the NPCs you will run into will not try to kill you. I don't. For how long that lasts, we'll have to see. I don't know what the team plans on when it comes to the hostile survivors. As of right now, you don't have to worry about the survivors trying to kill you. So I guess enjoy it while it lasts. Please State of Decay 3 early act. Chat, you know what's crazy? I cannot tell you how many people were in the comments asking for State of Decay. So I'm just an example, chat. This is just I'm fucking curious. If State of Decay 3, let's just say if State of Decay 3 went early access tomorrow and it was like 40 or 50 bucks, you could buy State of Decay 3, play it early access all the way, and then just follow the game through early access development as they add shit to the game. How many W's in the chat if you would buy the game tomorrow? So pretty much everybody. y'all got no patience, bro. I mean, I guess it's easy for me fucking on my ivory tower already playing the game. So I mean, I'd buy that shit too, chat. I ain't gonna lie. I'll buy it too, dude. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. Joshua said, bro, I'll give him $100, dude. He said, bro, I don't care about that shit right now, dude. I ain't gonna lie, I'd buy it too, dude. I'd buy it too. TTO said, dude, I'll pay 80. Give me the $200 collector's ultimate edition. Yeah, he said, dude, I'll give him 100 for early access. Yeah, whereas that's true. It is true. But I feel like that would pretty much be a pretty I feel like that would be a pretty common answer among a lot of people. I feel like we're just, I mean, I'm very conditioned for early access. I feel like most of the world is nowadays. And the thing is I think, I don't know, for me in early access, I already look at State of Decay, not as an early access game, but the way that 2 was treated, the way that the devs kind of updated the game. It was almost like an early access title where it's like it came out and then they added meaningful updates as the years went on. And the thing that Undead Labs always did well, for the most part, is the updates were always super, super impactful. You know what I mean? They felt fun and good. They always added good shit with every update. So I already think they already got a good formula down. I do think if they ever could do early access, I think it would work really well. But I don't know, guys. Do all 3 bases share the same supply locker? Yes, they do. 100%. And Mark, thank you for the super chat, dude. How is the crafting in the game now that the devs said most of the loot we find is stuff that's already made? Love your... Yeah, so Mark, I actually showcased it in this video. I don't know if you watched the gameplay video, but I kind of go over to crafting. So make sure you check it out, especially toward the end. I break down like the craft. But yes, crafting in this game is very good. You need components. There's multi-use items. You're gonna kind of have to weigh like, oh, well, I kind of need this for this, but I also need it for this. So there's a lot of components, and crafting is very much a thing. The economy right now currently in the game is kind of in flux. There was some builds where the game was, you would just loot, like let's use repair kits for vehicles just for an example, guys. There was one build of the game where you found so many repair kits naturally in the game that you never had to craft them. It was kind of almost like State of Decay 2. You never really had to craft any. And I'm talking about 3. And then they kind of were like, yeah, this kind of feels OP. We're not really utilizing the crafting system that much. So then Patrick like tuned it like way far the other way. And then it was like the only way you were getting a repair kit was by crafting that shit. And that I personally liked when the game was a little more that way. I think that when they tune the game for lethal, I feel like lethal should be tuned more towards like, yo, you're really not going to find like any already crafted things. You have to craft everything. But then they, now they tuned it really far that way. So it's like, you didn't find like anything. And now they've kind of tuned it back to where it's like, I still feel like now I'm kind of finding more stuff than I'm crafting, especially bullets and, like first aid and repair kits, but it's definitely not as OP. So again, all that shit's like in flux right now. It's testing. So it's going to change. Eventually they'll get the balance good and it'll feel good, but I do think it should also be difficulty dependent. I'll just said, I'll give you $345 for State of Decay 3, dude. Yeah, I think I want a bounty hunting and the option to recruit. Like, yeah, you're talking like, yeah, the bounty broker. I feel like would be great, great addition to the game. I would love to see that personally too. And obviously, legacy characters. Yeah, legacy survivors are where it's at. Can I touch on weather dynamics? Yeah, we talked about the weather a little bit earlier. Also, if you guys are coming in late, make sure you run this back. Run this back. We answer a lot of questions. You guys have been asking some phenomenal questions tonight. So yeah, if you guys are, make sure you go back, check it out. We answered tons and tons of questions. So if you feel like you have questions, run through the video because I kind of go over everything. But as for weather, like, yeah, they have rain, they have storms, fog, mist. There's like all the other, like, you know, snow and things like that are not currently in the game. They have really cool ideas for that stuff. But right now there is storms and rain and shit like that. And as of right now, the rain, there's something that the devs worked on. I'm not allowed to say it yet, what they did with rain, but they are making the weather more gameplay impactful. Patrick actually just showed us something really fucking cool that the team's trying to work out right now when it comes to the weather and rain, and how it could affect gameplay. But yeah, they are, Philip even said it, you know, in his interview, is like, that's their intent. They want the weather system to impact gameplay in some way, shape or form. And it's going to be really cool to see how that works out. Yeah, I know. Well, Jay showed the one aspect with the car, right? There's more stuff they're working on for the rain too. Yeah. So the car is not even what I'm talking about. There's other things too. Hey Carlos, thank you so much for the 150 jewels, bro. I appreciate that, bro. Halo player with the 5 says, thanks for what you do. I know some of the facilities require other facilities to upgrade. Do both facilities need to be in the same base or different ones? They just need to be in the community. Yeah. So you can have them at another base. And it will still work. So like say you got 3 bases and your one base needs you to have a chemistry lab, you can have a chemistry lab in another base. At least I think. I'm pretty sure you could have it in another. I've actually I haven't done any advanced crafting yet. I'm like a super pleb, dude. But I'm pretty sure I could ask and get confirmation on that. But I'm pretty sure you can have them in separate bases. Actually, Scylla, any alpha players know the answer to that? We got alpha players in the chat too that probably fucking touch that system. Can you have, like, when you need a facility for a facility upgrade, can it be in another base? Yeah, rain makes the survivors look wet. Yep. You see it glistening on them. Camille said, yeah. All right. Yeah. So there it is. Yeah. I had a feeling that it could be in another base for sure. So right now, you got to remember they don't have the end game in the testing too. So Plague Nest right now, when you kill it, it does come back, but when it comes back in its dormant form. So you like they wake up like Plague Hearts in State of Decay 2. You kill zombies, you do a bunch of shit, you piss it off, it wakes up. The system activates, it starts sending the Plague Hearts towards your base or whatnot. You kill it, it shuts down, it goes into a actual like dormant state, like it's not active whatsoever. And then what ends up happening is after a predetermined amount of time, the zombies or the Plague Heart will, or the Plague Nest will reawaken, but it's a sleep form again. So then you have to like, if you kill too many zombies or do shit in the area, you could potentially wake it up again, and then it will come at you again. So it's not like it just wakes up and comes right back towards you. It reawakens in like a dormant state. So we talked about gun customization a little bit, Mr. Vibes. As of right now, there's a bunch of different weapon mods. They have scopes, muzzle attachments, magazine, like extended mags. And I think some of the guns even have like foregrips, like the M4s and shit like that to help with stabilization. So there's tons of weapon mods. As for how the system's being implemented, right now in testing, you guys are seeing me just kind of loot already upgraded weapons. But I know that eventually the team's plan is to have fully customizable weapons. Like you do your weapons yourselves. As of right now, though, that is not how it is in the game, as you've seen. But that is what their goal is, to have the weapons fully customizable. And yo, Adam, thank you so much for the 200 jewels, bro. I appreciate you, bro. All zombies can climb after you. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you can't climb up and hide on anything. You can go up ladders. They won't be able to get you up there. But if you try to climb up on top of a vehicle or something like that, they will follow you. Yes, you could bring, you can have a follower from your base follow you. We talked about that earlier too. Trey, I know you're only asking that question because you're trolling, bro. I know you're only Trey, I know you're only asking that because you're trolling, right? Trey trolling, bro. I know Trey is trolling, dude. He's just giving that trolling energy, bro. Having sharpshooter at level 1 is super good. Yeah, I wouldn't say, because some people would probably consider sharpshooting uh, a meta skill, but it's good, but you can get away without it. I would say sharpshooting is a good skill if you want to only use locale guns, But if you give a survivor a 45, like they don't need sharpshooting. They'll just still one tap the heads with the 45 because it's a stronger gun. But yeah, if you're trying to only use like 22 9mm, sharpshooting is almost mandatory on higher difficulties. So that's one thing I want you guys to understand, because I think it's a misconception right now. The single headshot kill in State of Decay 3 does exist, but it's only in green zone and standard zone. So if you're playing the game on either green zone or standard zone, when you shoot the zombie in the head, they will die in a single shot, regardless of caliber. You can kill them with 22, you can kill them with 9mm, you can kill them. It doesn't matter. As soon as you hit dread zone, that's where the one shot headshot goes away. Once you get to dread zone. Then in nightmare zone, it gets a little worse, and in lethal, it's way worse. So bullet caliber is like super, you need it. Like even some of the high caliber weapons are the zombies are pretty tanky in the higher difficulties. But again, there are ways to overcome that with ammo upgrades. I kind of talked about it in the video where like you can get like hollow point 45. You can get, there's two upgrades to ammo. You can get cordite and gun cotton upgrade. And both of those upgrades are plus 15% damage, bullet damage. So if you get both of those upgrades combined, it's plus 30% additional headshot damage, on top of the fact that you can get, there's another upgrade too. And then there's the, ultimately there's a bunch of shit you could do to raise on top of sharpshooting. You can raise your gun damage by like an additional like 40-50%. And at that point, guys, I'm talking, once you have assault doing 10% more impact damage, sharpshooting maxed out, all of the ammo upgrades, you're super dangerous. Even on lethal, once you actually build a community and get all of those buffs, your bullets are fucking hitting hard. Like you're one tapping everything. You're just bam, 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 because you put in the work. But that's the difference between State of Decay 2 and 3. It's like some people might be like, oh man, this bullet thing sounds ridiculous. But it's like, no, you can overcome it with community upgrades. Like you go and you build up, you get better ammunition, you do all these things. And eventually, yeah, you'll be back to one tapping everything, but it's just not given to you in this game. You got to earn it. You got to work towards it. So sharpshooter, it has 3 upgrades. The first upgrade for sharpshooter is 100% headshot damage and instantly. So as soon as you get sharpshooting, you'll be able to you'll be doing 100% more headshot damage. It doesn't guarantee a headshot on certain zombies, even on the higher difficulties. But for the most part, like yeah, once you get sharpshooting, you'll be knocking them down. But then the second level of sharpshooting is like bullet pen, and then the third level is something else. I forget what it is. So there's like upgrades to it. So Alex, that is a thing already in State of Decay 3. Zombies do drop loot. It was actually just added in this update. So when you kill a zombie, it has a chance to actually drop a valuable. You can find like a necklace, wedding rings, mismatched socks. Like you can get loot off of zombies. Armored zombies actually can have a chance to drop bullets, and freaks also have a chance to drop special components that are tied to them. So like if you kill a bloater, it has a chance of dropping a bloater bile. You kill a juggernaut, it has a chance of dropping juggernaut glands. You kill a screamer, they can drop special items that you use for special crafting later on in the game. You utilize like bloater glands to make scent block. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's something you need. You specifically need bloater glands. So if you want to craft scent block in this game, you got to go out and hunt bloaters and get as many bloater glands as you can. So it kind of creates like a bounty thing almost, because you have to hunt specific freaks to craft specific play custom certain things, you know what I mean? So it's a really fucking cool system. And yeah, the zombies do drop shit for sure. But the freaks specifically right now, you have to hunt them down specifically if you're looking for certain items from them because yeah, they drop specific items. It's cool. No, the dodge behind execute cheese has been nerfed. It's no longer a thing. Where's the pizza? Yo, we usually do pizzas on Friday. We just had pizza not that a couple days ago. I want to say day before yesterday. The wifey did pizza and wings. It was delish. So, but all right, guys, we're gonna end this here tonight. It's 11 o'clock. I had a blast. If you guys haven't watched the whole stream, make sure you goes back. I answered tons of questions. So if you have a question, make sure you watch back the video because I might have already answered it. I know I repeated quite a few questions because people come in at different times of the stream, but make sure you check it out. Go back to the beginning, listen to the whole thing. I answered tons of questions. You guys asked phenomenal questions tonight. I want to say it's fucking awesome. You guys are amazing. Such good questions, such good feedback too. I would like to do another one of these guys at some point. If you guys want to do another one, ask more questions because I'm pretty sure there's more shit that you guys want to ask. At some point, I think it would be cool as fuck if I could even get Patrick on here, you know, and have him answer some of your questions because he's the man himself. You know what I mean? So if we can get Patrick to answer some of your guys' questions, I think that shit would be dope as hell. But yeah, if you guys want to do another one of these at some point, get some more questions answered and kind of just talk about the game, let me know. Drop some comments after the stream, please. Also drop some comments asking questions when the stream's over. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the way out. It helps out a fuck ton, guys, so much. And again, please, I know there's nasty rumors going around right now, and if there is any truth to those rumors, please, guys, the one thing we can do as a community to try to help out, wishlist the fucking game. Go on Steam, go on Xbox, go on PlayStation. If we turn this into the number, how can you cancel the #1 most wishlist game on Steam? You know what I mean? And if anything, it makes it pretty easy to sell to somebody, you know, like, but again, we don't know what the fuck's going on with all that. But again, the one thing we can do as a community is come together and try to support the team in any way we can. Right now, that's about all we can do. So, yeah, make sure you guys showing love, wishlisting the game, being an advocate for the game, you know, in comment section, try to kill some of the misinformation. Because as you guys know, you see how much misinformation I had to kill tonight on just on the stream alone. So you guys are fucking, you know, anti-misinformation warriors just like me. If you see somebody spreading misinformation in the comment section, lock that shit up instantly. Just kind of nip it in the bud because we got to stop some of the misinformation and bad rhetoric that not, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, like this game has been in development for 18 years now. It just keeps going up, dude. It just keeps going up. Every time I see a comment, it goes from like 6 years to 8 years to 10 years to 15 years. The State of Decay 3 has been in development since 2007 now, according to some people. So I mean, it's shit. But I know a lot of you guys are just as excited as I am for this game, and again, that's all we could do, right? That's all we could do. So I want to say I do appreciate you all. I love you all to fucking death. Have a good night. Again, make sure you drop some comments, like button on the way out, and I'll see y'all in the next one. We'll be doing some, the fuck is that game? Brain fart, chat. The game I was supposed to play today with the swords and shit. Gothic. Yeah, playing Gothic tomorrow. All right, guys, I love you. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.